Council, roll call, please.
Councilmember Bourbeau.
You're muted, Charles.
Councilmember Bourbeau. Councilman, we'll come back. Councilmember Daris.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Funk.
Here.
And Mayor Moreno.
Here.
And Councilmember Newsom.
What's going on with Charles right now? Did we?
Councilmember Bourbeau.
Okay, I'm not seeing him in here anymore. I wonder if he lost. Is Kelly's still here? Folks, thanks for being patient with us with the storms. Some folks are in and out of power, and we're doing the best we can right now.
No, sometimes he struggles. Well, we have 3, so we do have a quorum. Oh, there he is.
There he is.
There I am. I am present. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I cut myself
All right.
off in a way where I could not find myself back, so I had to get out.
Okay. All right. So we've got our roll call. We're moving on to the AB 361 requirements for virtual meetings, and I will hand this over to Laura Christensen.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Tonight, what we brought before you for this emergency meeting are the AB 361 requirements. You probably remember these from when we were under COVID regulations. Basically, AB 361 is the requirement in the government code under Brown Act that allows us to have the meeting like we're having tonight fully virtual versus our hybrid virtual and in person. In order to have that, the council has to make a finding that there is an emergency, and that emergency is also have to have been declared by the governor, declared locally, and that council finds that it's in the public interest and necessity to find the emergency conditions and to have these meetings virtual. Obviously, the governor did declare that emergency. He declared that emergency on March 1st. The president then also declared the emergency on March 10th. The director of emergency services here at the city, which is the city manager, did declare the existence of a local emergency on March 10th. She is authorized to do that under the government code as well as our municipal code when council is not in session. That was last Friday. Council was not in session. So under authority, she did declare that emergency. And so what we're asking tonight is, and let me see if I can share my screen. Here we go. So you guys can see that. Share my screen. So for item number 1, what we're asking council to do tonight is adopt a draft resolution making findings consistent with the requirements of AB 361 to allow the conduct of virtual meetings, which is basically that there is an emergency and that it's in the public interest to have this meeting based on that emergency, to have this meeting. Well, to have council meetings virtually. These are only good for 30 days and only when necessary. They don't continue indefinitely, and the council would have to 30 days from now make those findings again if we wanted to continue this. It just because we make these findings doesn't mean we can't go back to hybrid meetings or do any of that. And it is only valid while there is outstanding an emergency also declared by the governor. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Laura, I have these as 2 separate items requiring 2 separate votes. Is that how this will go, but you're presenting them together?
Yeah, I wanted to at least have the recommendations up for you to see, but first is item 1, and then we'll circle back to item 2. Or we could actually do them together. If that makes it easier.
It's on let's do it the way it's on the agenda, okay. But I will ask council.
So then item 1 is just to adopt the draft resolution to make the findings for AB 361.
Got it. So for council, any questions on item number 1? Mayor Pro Tem Funk.
Yeah, just to clarify for the record, the emergency in this case that we were referring to is not COVID. It is the flooding emergency that we have.
Yes, sorry.
Due to the atmospheric river that has moved through and created flooding conditions that make our roadways hazardous.
Yes, it's what we have called the 2023 March storms.
Excellent. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I will go to the public. Is there any member of the public? If you would raise your hand with the little raise hand icon at the bottom of the screen if you have a question on this. And I will call on you if you're on the phone. I believe, Luke, correct me if it's changed, *9 on the phone. All right, I'm not seeing anybody, so I will close public comment and bring it back for a motion.
I move we adopt the resolution indicated in item 1 as presented by staff.
I'll second.
A motion by Councilmember Bourbeau, second by Mayor Pro Tem Funk. Roll call, please.
Member Bourbeau? We lose him again?
No, I-
Sorry, you're
I
hard to hear
paused.
right now.
Sorry, Councilmember Bourbeau,
Yes.
Councilmember Daris,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Funk,
Yes.
Mayor Moreno.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes.
Thank you. On to number 2, any questions for staff? Seeing none, open up to public comment. Any member of the public, go ahead and *9 if you're on the phone, or raise your hand at the bottom of the screen using the raise hand icon. I'm not seeing any. I'll close public comment and bring it back for a motion.
I'll move approval of the draft resolution indicated in item 2 by staff.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilmember Bourbeau, second by Mayor Pro Tem Funk. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bourbeau,
Yes.
Councilmember Daris,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Funk,
Yes.
Mayor Moreno.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes.
Thank you. With that, I will adjourn to regular session, and I will ask Mayor Pro Tem Funk to lead us in a pledge to the flag.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Please join me in honoring our flag and joining in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Allegiance.
of the
to the
United
flag,
States of
United
America
States of America.
and to the
republic
republic for which it
which
stands,
stands
one nation, under God, indivisible,
indivisible.
with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Sorry, I lost my screen and I could not unmute myself. Okay.
We're getting
Councilmember
our
Bourbeau,
virtual legs
Here.
under us again.
Councilmember Daris,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Funk,
Here.
and Mayor Moreno.
Here.
And just for the record again, Councilmember Newsom is absent.
Thank you. Well, for those of you listening tonight, whether on KPRL, on Charter Channel 20, here on the Zoom webinar, we welcome you. If you would like to speak by phone and you're not already on the phone, either during the time set aside for community forum or during public comment for one of the items that is on the agenda, you can call into Zoom, and I'm going to give you the number now. Know that you can also find this number on the front page of the agenda, which you can find at atascadero.org. So that number is 669-900-6833. Once again, 669-900-6833. And use meeting ID 889-2347-9018. Again, 889-2347-9018. And again, atascadero.org, and you can find that on the front page of the agenda. When you call, please let us know what item it is that you would like to speak on. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So move.
So move.
We had a little bit of a delay there. Mayor Pro Tem Funk, I'm going to say has the motion, and I'm going to go with Councilmember Bourbeau as a second. All right,
Yeah.
roll call, please. Oh, and I'll also, we will waive the reading in full of all ordinances appearing on this agenda, and the titles of the ordinances will be read aloud by the city clerk at the first reading after the motion and before the city council votes. Roll call.
Councilmember Bourbeau,
Yes.
Councilmember Daris,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Funk,
Yes.
Mayor Moreno.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to the consent calendar, our city clerk has a couple of items that she needs to address.
I thank you. So we are asking to remove item 4 for separate discussion and vote. And then item number 6 will be deleting because we just covered that as part of the emergency meeting. And that was the ratification of the existence of local.
Okay, wonderful. So just so the public knows, if you haven't been to a council meeting before, the consent agenda typically contains items that are considered to be routine and non-controversial by city staff and can be approved in one motion unless a member of the council or staff or the public wishes to pull an item for further consideration. So with that, I'm going to look for items 1, 2, 3, and 5. Is there any member of the council wishing to pull any of those items? I'm seeing none. Anybody in the who is attending the webinar tonight? If you would like to raise your hand, if there's an item you wanted to pull of 1, 2, 3, or 5 in the consent calendar. Mr. Worthley, did you want to pull a consent calendar item?
We had him on the agenda prior to consent calendar.
Unmute, sorry. I don't want to pull anything. I thought I was going to do a presentation on the regional transportation plan tonight.
You know what, you were, and it's in my, it's not on my agenda. So, but it is in the agenda. So let me, if we could finish the consent calendar and come right back to you, Mr. Worthley, would that be all right?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much. So anybody on 1, 2, 3, or 5 wishing to pull an item? I'm not seeing any, so could I get a motion, please?
I move approval of the consent calendar, items 1, 2, 3, and 5.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilmember Bourbeau, second by Mayor Pro Tem Funk. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bourbeau,
Yes.
Councilmember Daris,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Funk,
Yes,
Mayor Moreno.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes.
All right, and then let's go ahead. I know it's a small little thing on number 4, but Laura, you have the floor.
Thanks. I think I'll punt this over to Public Works Director DeBar, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Real quick, at the urging of our city attorney, he suggested we make a clarification on the draft resolution. And can you see my screen, hopefully?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I've highlighted the 3 revisions. 2 of them are the same. Conejo Road has also gone by Madera Place. But it's officially Conejo Road, but in some documents it has been referred to Madera Place. So the revision would be in the title of the resolution there. After Conejo Road, in parentheses, also known as Madera Place. And then the first paragraph of the whereas, the same addition after Conejo Road. And then in the now therefore let it be resolved, section 5 was an error. It referenced section 5, but it was really referencing section 4. So the recommendation on this one is council adopt the revised draft resolution, summarily vacating an unconstructed portion of right-of-way on Conejo Road, also known as Madera Place, based on findings consistent with the state of California Streets and Highways Code and the city's general plan. And with that, I can take any questions you have.
Yeah, thank you, Director DeBar. If you could leave that recommendation up. Any council questions? I'm seeing none, so I'll go to the public. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, go ahead and raise your hand. I'm not seeing any. I'll close public comment and bring it back for a motion.
I'll move that we adopt the draft resolution as revised by staff.
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Funk, second by Councilmember Daris. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Daris,
Yes.
Councilmember Bourbeau,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Funk,
Yes,
Mayor Moreno.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right. And now, thank you, Mr. Worthley, so much for your patience. And yes, so you are definitely on our agenda tonight to give an RTP update. So if you want to come on, we'll turn the floor over to you. Your hand raised will get you promoted.
Okay. I don't know if you want to share a presentation from there or if I should share it from here.
Let's see. Try to share it from there. Luke, is he set up to be able to share?
Doesn't look like I have any controls of that.
Okay.
If you can share it, or I can work without a presentation.
I will share it from here.
Thank you.
Oh.
Luke is out today. We have David, so
Oh, great.
we're
Sorry, David.
yeah, we are figuring some things out as we go. We will be sharing presentations here.
Perfect.
Okay, perfect. Hi, I'm James Worthley. I am the planning director at the San Luis Obispo Council of Governments, also known as SLOCOG. And I'm here to present our long-range plan, the 2023 Regional Transportation Plan, or RTP. Next slide. So SLOCOG is an association of local governments in San Luis Obispo County, which is made up of the 7 cities and the County of San Luis Obispo. We have 12 elected board members, 1 from each city council and the County Board of Supervisors, including Mayor Moreno. Some programs you might recognize from our agency are shown on the screen, including Safe Routes to School, Park and Ride Lots, SLO 511. And for past transportation projects in Atascadero, you could check those out on our new SLO Regional Transportation Outlook tool. It shows completed and upcoming projects. And in Atascadero, some of those notable ones might be the Lewis Avenue Bridge or 41101 interchange, El Camino Real enhancements and such. Next slide. So RTPs are mandated by the state and federal government and required in order to receive state and federal funding in our region. The RTP is defined as a plan that outlines transportation system improvements and financing and makes policy recommendations for the next 20+ years. And when complete, we have to submit our RTP to the Federal Highway Administration for their approval. Next slide. Our regional transportation plan must align with other plans and follow guidance, including all of which listed here. Next slide. And it takes about 4 years to, every 4 years, we have to adopt a new plan. It takes about 2 years to prepare each plan. We kicked off this one back in March 2021 with 5 online surveys. We created a fuel tax tool, a budget tool, and created an online completed and current mapping project tool. We hosted 8 steering committee meetings and shared progress of our plan with our board and advisory committees to receive feedback throughout the development of our RTP. And now we are presenting the public review draft for your review. Next slide. There are 4 major elements of the RTP: the policy element, the financial element, the action element, and the sustainable communities strategy. Next slide. The policy element of the RTP is structured around the following 7 pillars or goals: infrastructure, mobility, economy, safety, healthy communities, environment, and fiscal responsibility. Next slide. Our financial element projects $3.1 billion to be available for transportation investments through the year 2045. And our plan stays within this budget, but it leaves a lot of projects and improvements and wants and needs unfunded for the next 23 years. Next slide. Shortfalls will persist for decades across all transportation sectors. For highways and major roads, that means waiting on congestion relief, safety improvements, and interchanges for decades. For local road maintenance, the numbers indicate that if there's a pothole or rough road now, expect similar issues to persist over the next 2 decades. For transit, we expect to maintain existing services and expand a little, but this won't keep pace with a projected 16% increase in our population. For active transportation or bicycle and pedestrian improvements, our communities will see the majority of these requests languish, as there just isn't enough projected funding for all requested improvements. Next slide. Back to our previous slide, you might see that there's 0 funding coming from a regional funding source. Here we differ from most counties of our size in California, and not in a good way. 90% of California's population reside in counties that collect regional, guaranteed transportation funds through a sales tax. There are 25 such counties, including Santa Barbara, Monterey, Santa Cruz, to name a few. In our region, we do not have such. For our transportation projects, we depend on local cities, the county, the state, and federal budgets, and when their budgets are flush, to support all of their transportation needs. As a result, many of our projects on our list have no way of being funded within the time frame of 2045 and budget of the plan. Next slide. Projects and investments that are identified as short, mid, or long-term are prioritized to receive funding when it becomes available before 2045. But that's still a long way off for a lot of projects, we know. But we have to stay within our budget and wait funding that comes from those local, state, and federal sources. Our budget leaves over $2 billion in projects without a path to completion through 2045. Our Appendix A and online tools show the prioritized list of projects, and both offer an illustrative picture of the effects that a dedicated sales tax might do. Over $1 billion of projects could advance easily into the fundable world, and those in mid or long could be completed sooner, saving money and inflation costs. Next slide. The SCS is the final piece of the puzzle, and that is we have to accommodate 42,000 new people coming, the 18,000 new homes, and 18,000 new jobs. Where they're going to live and work, we began with an existing inventory added on the known coming housing projects. And then we add more jobs and housing based upon general plans to reach projections. Through our effort, we were able to model the new growth and improve the jobs housing imbalance, protect farmland and open space, and achieve the greenhouse gas reduction targets set for us by the state. Next slide. So the vision of the plan is a fully integrated intermodal transportation system that facilitates the safe and efficient movement of people, goods, and information within and through the region. Now, we've given you the basics of the 2023 RTP, and our ask is for you to go review the plan and give us comments or feedback. And you can look at it on our website, slocog.org/2023 RTP, or it is printed in the Atascadero library as well. And we are going to be accepting comments on the plan through Thursday, April 6th. And there's an opportunity to provide in-person comments on the plan at our public hearing at the SLOCOG board meeting at the Aurora Grande City Hall on Wednesday, April 5th at 9 a.m. And comments are welcome to be emailed to, next slide, myself, or you can mail them by the U.S. Postal Service to our office at 1114 Marsh Street, San Luis Obispo, California, 93401. And again, my email address is jworthley@slocog.org, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Well, Mr. Worthley, thank you very much. You were very succinct. You probably were told we have an extremely long meeting tonight, but you got through a lot of important information in a quick amount of time. I will ask my colleagues if there's any questions of Mr. Worthley. Mayor Pro Tem Funk.
Yes, what magnitude of sales tax was SLOCOG anticipating to close the gap in funding?
The typical measures that our counterparts have done is a 0.5 cent sales tax. That would raise nearly $1 billion just in local funds, and it probably would leverage another $900 million to $1 billion in state and federal funds that we currently are being outcompeted for.
And would that replace any fund tax the tax that we have as Measure F14, or would that be in addition to?
It would be in addition to any local taxes that are already on the books.
Okay. And what Atascadero projects are in the major ones are in the category of things that are on the wish list but not currently funded? Can you give us some examples?
Sure. Actually, if on the slides that's still up, if you back up several slides to a map, we can look at that together. Keep going backwards. You will see.
The only one I could see was downtown infrastructure enhancement, which we have plans for.
That one we have, go forward, sorry. I had another map on a different PowerPoint that didn't get submitted here, unfortunately. So this is downtown. You can see those downtown enhancements, but broadening, if we could broaden out that view, which you can't on this PowerPoint, on our website, you would see multiple interchanges that are in the purple range. The Salinas River Trail, I think, is purple or blue, meaning beyond 2045 is purple, beyond 2035 is blue. But Atascadero has 6 easily antiquated interchanges that were probably built in the 50s, and there's just not going to be funding from regular sources from SLOCOG able to help improve those, widen those. If you look to our south, you see Santa Maria, and you see that they've not only improved 101, but they've improved every interchange with the wider crossings. And that's what's going on now in other areas also.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
No, you're in luck. I pigeonholed him for an hour after he presented this information at Rotary.
Perfect. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Worthley. Appreciate you being here, and I'll be seeing you on April 6th.
Anytime. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Wonderful. All right. So now we are on to updates from the city manager. Ms. Rickard.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. How are you to this evening? Very wet evening.
Quite well.
So I want to give everybody a storm update. So we have been experiencing a second storm event here, both Friday and today. We have been actively watching hotspots. We have been experiencing down trees, down power lines, some road closures due to flooding, some road closures due to debris or slides. I know that Highway 41 is closed, and Caltrans says that was going to be a while this afternoon. Los Altos Road is closed. It is very wet out there. We have been doing better as far as the creek capacity. We have not overtopped our bridges as we did in the January 9th event, but those creeks are certainly flowing bank to bank and quite fast and quite full. We have not had the damage that we saw at Paloma Creek Park in the January 9th event, but we have had additional flooding there at the restrooms. As Laura had mentioned earlier, this has been declared a disaster, the March 2023 storms. This is a different and separate disaster from the January event. The January event, if somebody had damage that was damaged in January during those storm events, that December 27th through early January type of event, I want to make sure everybody knows you have to apply for your FEMA funding or your SBA funding by this Thursday. This Thursday is the last day to apply for damage under that event. Now, if you are experiencing damage as part of this March event, we have not received any word yet on when they're going to start opening FEMA assistance and how that's going to look and what those deadlines are yet. But we do know that it has been declared a disaster. Don't wait though, if you had damage in January and say, oh, I'll just apply under the March. I know that FEMA and SBA, that won't be allowed. They're considered two very separate disasters, even though they're all in the same year. So just want to make sure people know about that. I also want to make sure people know road closures, local information can be found on atascadero.org/fire, and click on Atascadero Know Your Zone. That's where we have our Zone Haven product, has a lot of information on there. County storm information can be found at readyslow.org. Just wanted to give you a brief update. It is still raining. We are still watching. We're continuing to monitor the hotspots. I do want to again give a shout out to our wastewater team, our public works team, our fire, police, everybody manning phones. This is a team effort, and everybody was just ready to tackle it and excited, not excited, but just, yep, let's go do this. And that's an amazing attitude to have as a city manager. And so I appreciate all of those guys out there in that wet, muddy mess, keeping the public safe. So big shout out and thank you to them. Next slide. We have had a handful of events despite the rainy weather. So on March 3rd, on a very cold Friday night, it wasn't raining, it was a little damp out, but very cold. We had a First Friday event with Lulu and the Chaos. It went well with a handful of food trucks, great music, and many artisan vendors on hand with a variety of merchandise as part of the Streets of Vintage Artisan Market. I will say I did stay and watched and listened to Lulu and the Chaos and walked through the market, and it was a very nice event. So that was fantastic. And as the weather warms up, these events will be a fun addition to the portfolio events we have in place throughout the year. So mark your calendars for the next First Friday event, which will be on April 7th with the Stellar Band, food trucks, and a new A-Town downtown passport to add to your shopping experience. So stay tuned on that. It should be a lot of fun and hopefully a little drier and a little warmer. And in spite of the rain and the cold and all of that, this past weekend, the Charles Paddock Zoo hosted the 3rd annual trivia night as a fundraiser for the Friends of the Charles Paddock Zoo. Those zoo trivia aficionados are very dedicated. Not one person canceled due to weather, and the event experienced the most attendees yet. Everybody I have talked to said it was an amazing time, a lot of fun. And we want to thank you to the zoo team for pulling together this fun event, and to the sponsors, Firestone Walker and Zenaida Winery, for their support. Without them, we can't do some of these fundraisers. These, as the mayor talked about at the last meeting, fundraisers for the Charles Paddock Zoo are a critical part of us being able to have our zoo here in town and enjoy it. We have some upcoming events. So A-Town Skate Park is holding the 2023 North American Scooter Championship Series qualifier #2. This is a big deal. It's going to be on March 25th right here in Atascadero. This event will bring top regional riders to the area to train for the contest, which is an IOC sanctioned qualifier for the United Scooter Association. The next step for this championship series will be the annual World Championship, which will be held later this year. Expect top pro and amateur riders competing for a slot at the World Championship, and that'll be on March 25th at A-Town Skate Park. Spectators are welcome, and the event start time is 10 a.m. I know that several of the council members were able to join me at a scooter and demonstration over there at the skate park. It is amazing what I was going to say these kids, but it's what everyone can do on a scooter. The tricks and the jumps and the twirls and all of that is just a lot of fun to watch. So even if you're not into it, it'd be worth going to just take a look at these top world-class athletes that will be here on March 25th. We also have on March 25th the Central Coast Craft Beer Fest. The 5th annual Central Coast Craft Beer Fest is presented by the Central Coast Brewers Guild. It is noon to 4 p.m. at the Sunken Gardens with over 55 local craft breweries, wineries, seltzers, cideries, and more from all over California. Expect live entertainment, plenty of food trucks, and a great variety of street fair vendors and lawn games. Tickets are on sale now. This will sell out, so don't wait. Go buy your tickets now. No calling later and saying, hey, can I just sneak in? The answer is no. You have to buy your tickets. I have to buy my tickets. Everybody has to buy their tickets ahead of time before it sells out. So make sure you go buy those now. And for all of our information and event information, go to visitatascadero.com/events. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions council may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rickard. I wanted to follow up with the storm conversation and, again, to really let folks know March 16th is, as Rochelle said, is the last day. It's a 60-day calendar to get a claim in. I spoke with someone last week who didn't know about that, so she's getting all of her information together. And I want to thank Congressman Panetta. He came out at the end of last month, and I went to an information event that he did at the Carlton, brought in people from,
You weren't supposed to
Rochelle.
do that.
Rochelle, if you can mute
Yep.
yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
He brought in folks from FEMA, from the USDA, from SBA, answering questions and right there to be able to take applications that people needed. Some of the things that were mentioned were, if you have damage, to not be fixing it and then go ask for reimbursement. It doesn't work that way. You've got to show the damages. As many pictures as you can, getting quotes for damages to be fixed, any repairs, things that need to be made, getting quotes. Doesn't mean you've got to have everything perfect, but you've got to have that information to bring in and be able to provide to get that claim going. So thank you, Rochelle, for that report. And again, thanks to Congressman Panetta and his office for arranging that last month. Any questions of the city manager? All right, seeing none, we will move on to community forum.
Actually, Mayor, I did have a question. The last picture she showed was of the goodbye for Chief Haley on Monday, but I see Chief Haley listed as a participant here today. I know he loves us, but I don't know that he loves us that much to hang around. Is he actually here?
See him. Now, Rochelle, you're muted. You're still muted.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Sorry. Is that you, Bob?
Councilman.
Yeah.
It is Bob.
That's Bob filling in
on
for
it.
Gerald.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So
Hi,
Bob,
Commander.
yeah, Bob will be our interim police chief here as we work through the recruitment for a new police chief. So Bob Millay is filling in. It's very tough thing to say goodbye to Gerald with our PERS laws. He was bumping up against his maximum PERS hours that he is allowed to work here in the state of California. So we appreciate and can't say thank you enough for him offering to fill in. We will be looking for another interim chief to help fill in. Bob is graciously offering to be interim chief right now, even though we are down a lot of personnel between the chief and some sergeants that are out. And so trying to get as many people over there to keep things running as possible.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to community forum. This is the portion of the meeting reserved for persons wanting to address the council on a matter that is not on this agenda, but over which the council has jurisdiction. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes. We ask that you would state your name for the record. And comments made during community forum don't become a subject of discussion, but we can often triage and make sure that you do get an answer if you've got questions. A maximum of 30 minutes will be allowed for community forum. And with that, I will look to the webinar here. If you're on the phone, you can press *9, or in the webinar, go ahead and raise your hand. Anyone wishing to speak at community forum, anything not on this evening's agenda. Don't be shy, because if there are not hands, we'll go on. All right, I see Josh Cross. And anyone else, if you want to speak, get your hand raised so we can just get moving. We've got a long meeting tonight. Appreciate your assistance with that.
Good evening, council members. My name is Josh Cross. I'm the president and CEO of the Atascadero Chamber of Commerce. And there are 2 events I want to talk to you about tonight. The first being our Junior CEO Business Day. And that is April 1st. It's going to be at the plaza on El Camino Real, right across from Sunken Gardens. And our junior CEOs have been meeting for the last 3 weeks. Tomorrow will be our 4th week. And they have been learning everything about business. This is for 6-year-olds up to 16-year-olds. And we have 56 of them enrolled in the program. And on April 1st, they're going to be selling their products at the plazas. We have lots of lemonade and cupcakes and bookmarks and dog treats and 3D printed materials, all kinds of really fun small businesses. So the council and the public is encouraged to come and attend and support these youngest entrepreneurs in Atascadero. The second one is $5 Fridays at Bridgeworks Co-working. Every Friday in the months of March, April, and May, we are opening the Bridgeworks co-working space to everyone for only $5. $5 gets you high-speed internet, photocopies, a nice working space, coffee. We're doing happy hour. And then we also have a variety of vendors doing massages, selling plants and candles and cookies and all kinds of really fun things. So maybe when the weather clears up a little bit, I encourage everyone to come out, check us out at Bridgeworks on $5 Fridays. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. And anyone else wishing to speak? And I will ask David if we could put up in the future when we have speakers, put up the 3-minute timer just so they can see the clock and know where they are in the process. It's always helpful as a speaker. Anyone else wishing to speak? Go ahead and raise your hand now. All right, I'm not seeing any. So for the time, we're going to go ahead and close community forum. And because we are no one else is wishing to speak at the time, this will remain open until 7:09 p.m. So at this time, we're going to move on to the next item. But if anyone would like to speak, you can raise your hand on Zoom or *9 on the phone. Let David know. And if you do that before that 30-minute period is ended, which, as I said, would be 7:09, you will be recognized to speak at the earliest possible opportunity. And if you are listening and you still need to call in, again, that Zoom number is 669-900-6833. Once again, oops, I scrolled past it. Let me go find that again. Okay, once again, 669-900-6833, and the meeting ID is 889-2347-9018. And with that, we will move on to our public hearing, which is Barrel Creek. And I will look to council members for any ex parte. Ex parte is where we let you know if there are any conversations that we have had outside of this public meeting that might influence our decision-making process this evening. So I'm just going to kind of go with the squares that I see here. So Councilmember Darres.
No ex parte.
Councilmember Bourbeau.
Well, we've all received the emails from various parties, of course, and over a year and a half ago, when it actually was a somewhat different proposal, I did meet with Jan Bewley, a realtor representing the church that's selling the property.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Funk.
I've received the same emails, heard from a variety of people, and had some discussions with local labor leaders about the prospects of local jobs in the construction of the project.
And I too have had the same emails, nothing out of the ordinary that would impact anything this evening. So with that, we'll turn it over to Director Dunsmore and Ms. Gleason.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. And our senior planner, Kelly Gleason, is going to lead you through a presentation, and both of us will be available to answer your questions following that presentation. Thank you.
Whenever it switches screens, I can't find my unmute button. Thank you, Phil, and good evening, Mayor and council members. The project before us is Barrel Creek. It's been a few years in the making. It's a little bit more of a larger project than we normally see, so I do have a lot of slides. Hopefully I give you all the information. If not, we can go revisit any slides and answer any questions that you have. Oh, it's not going to let me go forward. There it goes. So the project site is located kind of at the intersection of Del Rio Road and Highway 101, where San Ramon Road comes in and Ramona Road. The current zoning on the site is residential suburban, which allows for a minimum lot size of anywhere between 2.5 to 10 acres based on some characteristics of the site. In this particular zone, it would be about 2.5 acres per lot. Of course, recent changes to ADU law and SB 9 law would mean that this property could probably have more than the 6 units designated just by our base zoning. The property is about 15.2 acres in size. A little bit of context for the site. The site is 5 parcels under single ownership. It is across the Del Rio Road from Apple Valley Development. That development was written into our 2002 general plan and developed shortly after that. They do have an overall density of 1 acre per unit. However, they do have a lot of smaller lot sizes there because they do have some open space components throughout the development where they had some particularly low-lying or sensitive areas. The site does have Highway 101 frontage, which does make it ideal for some additional density and development and some commercial opportunity. It's also bisected by a drainage feature that originates from a culvert under the 101 freeway and continues over to Graves Creek, where there's more riparian vegetation on the feature. So a summary of what we're looking at this evening in terms of project approvals. There is the general plan and zoning amendment, which will actually change the general plan designation and zoning district for the project site. As part of that process, that is required by council policy, we did come before the council in December of 2019 to authorize processing the application and moving forward with analysis of the project. It does involve the land use change to a combination of multifamily residential and commercial park designation. And it also modifies the urban services line, which didn't capture that most northern parcel, as I don't believe that was under the combined ownership at the time that the previous general plan was done in 2002. There's also a planned development overlay zone being applied to the site. That will be additional zoning standards and additional use standards for the portions of the property that will sort of limit and dictate what can be done on the parcel to ensure that the projects being presented is the project that will happen. And with that, a conditional use permit, which establishes a master plan of development for the site. It also requests a height exception approval for the hotel portion of the project and establishes a master sign program for the hotel portion or for the commercial portion of the project as well. Along with that, they are submitting a vesting tentative tract map that will subdivide the property into multiple commercial and residential properties, as well as some common property areas for drainage, open space, and roads. So as we go through the presentation, there's a couple items of discussion that we'll touch on. The site and architectural design, which includes access, parking, open space, some lighting, and some of the sign details. The environmental analysis, which includes impacts that were identified in the mitigated neg deck, and then a discussion on affordable housing. So this is the overall plan for the project site. As we can see, sort of across from the Apple Valley neighborhood, the applicants have included a small lot single family subdivision in this area. The original approval or project that came forward during authorization did include higher density multifamily here. And the council did request at that time of authorization that this portion of the project be redesigned to be more in keeping with the existing neighborhood character. So the applicants have brought this down to 20 single family parcels. There's also a remainder parcel here on the opposite side of the main entry road that is for a future cottage hotel development, similar to the piece of property just to the east of the development, and has some conditions on that future development as well. This is the existing drainage location. So we can see the commercial and multifamily areas sort of across that drainage that's crossed by the two roads. With some multifamily in this area, kind of buffering the existing residential uses from the commercial development, with a majority of the commercial development along that freeway frontage, and then the commercial pedestrian plaza in between the building spaces. In terms of access, the main access is located off of Del Rio Road. You will notice that the road is slightly different from what it was in the authorization hearings, where it was more aligned with the Ramona Road realignment. We couldn't get the traffic scenarios and the turning movements to work out of there effectively. It would have required a roundabout at the intersection of San Ramon and Del Rio Road to get cars back to the freeway. So the applicants redesigned that entry road to move it over a little bit to allow sort of free right hand and left hand turning movements in and out of the site and create less impact to the neighborhood. So that is the main commercial entrance and exit, comes around sort of a loop road and also serves the multifamily. The single family neighborhood is served off of a roadway connection at San Ramon Road. and just serves the 20 single-family lots. There is a connection for emergency access between the single-family roads and the commercial loop road. However, that connection is conditioned to be designed as a one-way feature to discourage commercial traffic from cutting through that single-family residential neighborhood and exiting onto San Ramon Road and that existing more rural neighborhood area. In terms of parking, the project is providing 359 total parking spaces. That includes not only the pull-in spaces throughout the commercial area, but also some parallel parking areas along the roads where the roads can be widened to accommodate that. A minimum of 320 parking spaces is required. That is based on the shared parking reduction that our code allows for a mixture of commercial uses and people that park once and shop at multiple places. So this project is in the commercial portion exceeding what could be allowed by code for that property. In terms of the single family neighborhood, there are 2 spaces per single family residence required on each parcel. Of course, there's guest spaces within the driveway area outside of that required 2 parking space area. They've also designed the streets to accommodate some parallel parking for guest parking as well. It is important to note that the Del Rio frontage has not been designed with parallel parking, but does have a bike lane and room for that center turn lane that would allow access in and out of the project, and also a dedicated turn lane into Apple Valley from Del Rio Road. The applicants have submitted a preliminary landscape plan. There are a couple areas where landscaping becomes more important. Some of those areas are due to visual buffering from the existing surrounding residential neighborhood. So the applicants have done some enhanced landscaping at the rear of the multifamily units where they border some of the more rural residential properties across the drainage swale. So you can see they have a terraced wall feature behind the multifamily area, which allows for some additional space for some landscaping and some larger trees in between the units. There is also space dedicated, I believe 12 feet for some additional landscaping between the hotel and the adjacent property along the 101 freeway area. And so that will allow for some larger landscaping, and we have conditioned that they include larger shrubs and trees in that area to provide some visual screening. Open space was a topic of conversation at Planning Commission, and the applicants actually went back and enhanced their plan with some additional open space features for the residents and the apartment dwellers. So in terms of common open space, there are these lots identified here. There is also the commercial paseo and some areas in between the apartment buildings. However, these are sort of consolidated parcels that are slightly larger and have some greater open space and recreation opportunities. They have a combination of some passive open space areas, as well as an active open space area that's in this location. So the applicants went back and designed some additional features into the plan to accommodate some of those residential users who might want some more active space designed in. So that property that we called out on the previous slide here does include potential for benches, a shade structure, and some play equipment for children. And that will be provided adjacent to the single family residential portion and nearby the apartments. Site lighting is also an item of concern. In Atascadero, we tend to maintain lower level of lighting and we don't have a lot of street lights. So the applicants have paid particular attention to some of the parking lot lighting in terms of shielding and keeping lighting levels low. We will have some additional street lights proposed for safety. That would be at the intersection of San Ramon and Del Rio Road. Part of our conditions and mitigation measures include a light on each side of that intersection to reduce the pole height that's needed in order to properly lighten that intersection. So while there will be 2 lights, the hope is that those lights could be at a lower physical height in order to not create as much glare and impact to the surrounding residences. There will also be a project entry light at the main entrance off Del Rio. This will be more a decorative style light in keeping with the character of the parking lot lights throughout the development, but it will allow for visibility for safety. Again, there will be parking lot lighting for the commercial and multifamily area. This lighting will need to be fully shielded and at lower levels in order not to prevent any glare or disrupt the night sky as much as possible. There will be some bollard lighting, uplighting for building architectural enhancement. There will be lights on the building that will be fully shielded in more of a gooseneck industrial style. And then there may be some LED accent string lighting in the commercial paseo area just for some ambiance. So in terms of architectural design, the single family portion of the project is not fully designed by this applicant team. Instead, they have developed design guidelines for any future developer to come in and develop the site. The design guidelines allow for a mixture of architectural styles. They don't dictate one over the other, but they do have some design features that require porches and garages to be set back that will allow for a variety of architectural styles and some sort of eclectic development of the area. It does have a menu of features, again, allowing that flexibility and guiding it towards a higher quality architectural design. It does allow for two-story development, and we do, per state law, allow for accessory dwelling units in the single family portion as well. They have developed some standards with some typical lot layouts so that we can get an idea of where on the properties the massing and scale of those units might be. And you can see there are some properties that can accommodate a detached ADU or attached ADUs. In terms of the architecture for the commercial portion, it's kind of a contemporary agrarian architectural theme. They do have a darker metal siding with some gable roof features. A lot of times in commercial developments, we see flat roofs. And I think that they have really enhanced the compatibility with the adjacent residential area by bringing in some gable roof features. There is also proposed to be some metal awnings and trellises along with that sort of more agrarian theme. And larger openings at the storefronts, which may include some glazed roll-up doors or larger glazed features to encourage the types of businesses that they would like to see here. The hotel also has a contemporary design. It's a little bit less agrarian. It is the tallest building on the site. We can see that they're using a variety of materials and colors to create some visual interest. There is also some projecting roof elements, which we'll talk about in a couple slides as they do project above what we normally see for the maximum height in this area. The multifamily do have kind of a contemporary farmhouse theme. So we're seeing some horizontal and vertical siding elements, concrete shingle roof. We're seeing some lighter earth toned colors to bring out that architectural style and some stone accents at the base. We also see sort of the gable roof features and some bracketing as well. So in terms of height, we are proposing the commercial park zoning district for the commercial portion of the project. That kind of fits in line with what they are thinking for uses for the commercial portion in the project being a little bit more makerspace, brewery, winery oriented, things of that nature that can bring those types of synergy to the space. So in our commercial park zoning district, we do have a maximum height set of 45 feet. Most of the commercial buildings proposed are at that 35 feet limit, even with their gable roof features. Of course, with the planned development overlay zone, we can allow additional height. So the hotel is the tallest building on the site. It has 4 occupied floors of rooms and uses. The top of the occupied area for that roof height is about 47.5 feet. So just slightly over that 45-foot height limit. However, they do have some roof features to sort of keep it more in line with the residential and surrounding commercial properties, not to have a flat roofed feature in an area that doesn't have a lot of flat roofs. And some of those roof features do go up to a maximum of 60 feet. A lot of them are more around that 56-foot height limit. In terms of the apartments, I also wanted to point out that the maximum height per code is 35 feet, but roof forms can extend up to 40 feet. And the apartments, while they do have some grade change, and each building will have to be measured separately, are at about 38.5 feet, which would be below that 40 feet for the roof features. So the applicants have submitted kind of a conceptual master sign program for the project site. A couple things to note on that is the community identification sign at Del Rio Road. And when you start that internal loop road across the drainage feature, they are proposing that they use materials similar to the hotel and the commercial area, very sort of natural elements and materials to tie it into the architecture of the development. The hotel also has some notable signage. There is some signage facing the commercial plaza area and the 101 freeway. They have greatly minimized signage and lighting facing the north of the project site, which has that existing single-family residentially zoned property adjacent to it. The rest of the commercial buildings have some fairly generic signage until we kind of know what kind of uses are going in. They do have proposals for some projecting signage as well as externally illuminating signage, really using those gooseneck lights along with their architectural theme. And there is also a proposal for a water tower sign as a commercial center identification sign and a project identification sign in general. This water tower sign is proposed along the 101 freeway in this location sort of here towards the bottom of the commercial paseo. It is proposed to be 65 feet tall and constructed of wood and steel. It would just have the name of the development on it and not individual tenants. So going back to the general plan amendment, again, we are modifying the land use designations for the project site as well as the urban services line. So this diagram kind of shows us where the commercially zoned portion of the property would be and the multifamily residential zoned portion of the property. And I think there were some questions about, it's a single family residential subdivision, but it's zoned multifamily. In Atascadero, our smallest lot size for single family zone is a ½ an acre. And so when we do these small lot subdivisions, they really are at the density of our low density multifamily, which is 10 units per acre. And so that zoning designation is applied. However, with the plan development overlay and master plan of development, none of these parcels could develop with multifamily apartments or higher density development. And again, that urban services line is being moved just to accommodate the northernmost property. The zoning designations will be modified to match the general plan designations. Again, with that multifamily being a maximum of 10 dwelling units per acre. So in order to approve a plan development overlay zone, the city council has a policy that requires certain benefits to the community be achieved in order to allow for the modification of certain zoning and development standards. So this is a proposed custom plan development overlay just for this project site. Again, provides development standards and refines the use list for the commercial portion of the development. So inside the urban core, we do have tier 1 benefits, which would be affordable and workforce housing, high quality architecture and landscaping, buffering between the urban and suburban uses, and higher density to meet our housing element goals. This project does meet all of these tier 1 benefits, as well as including some trails and walkways for pedestrian connectivity as tier 2 benefit, and some pocket parks as it is a larger project. We did also want to note that not included in that council policy from way back when, but of vital importance today, is a benefit of economic development. This is a key opportunity site that is adjacent to the 101 freeway It's a large property that is consolidated under single ownership and has development potential to sort of create more of a neighborhood and center rather than just single development at one at a time. And it is at one of our key commercial nodes at Del Rio. There's a lot of development happening at Del Rio and El Camino Real right now, and this project sort of adds to that main commercial node. So as I mentioned, the plan development does include a modified list of uses that would be appropriate for this development within their master plan and site plan. So we do have a couple uses that we've moved that were either not allowed in this commercial park zoning or were a conditional use permit listed previously into the allowed by right uses. Those are bars and taverns and hotels and motels. We also had a use that was allowed by conditional use permit, social and service organizations. And then we kind of have a longer list of uses that would be prohibited in this particular project that are usually allowed or conditionally allowed in the commercial park zone. Many of these uses are just not appropriate for the site plan that they have presented, and so don't really fit within the overall theme of the neighborhood style development. As I mentioned, they've also submitted a vesting tentative tract map with the development. It would create the 20 single family lots, the 4 parcels within the multifamily area. Each of those buildings would have 10 units in them. It does have a number of commercial parcels to allow all of those buildings to be sold individually. The hotel parcel, the cottage hotel parcel. There are also a number of lots that are common ownership lots under associations, either for the commercial portion or the single family portion of the development. Some of those are for stormwater and drainage purposes. Some of those are for the loop roads and the parking lot areas. And then they're also proposing 2 parcels for signs adjacent to the freeway. One of those has the water tower on it. And then another one was in the original proposal where they thought they might negotiate a digital billboard with the city. They haven't moved forward with that part of their application. And so there is a condition to eliminate lot 40 as part of the approval this evening. In terms of the impact analysis, there was a mitigated negative declaration that was circulated to members of the public and posted with the state. During our conversations at Planning Commission, we did realize that some revisions to that document needed to happen as there was some misinformation in there and updates needed for clarification. So we did update that negative declaration and recirculated it with the state for an additional 20-day review period for additional comment. It provides the analysis of environmental issues, and then there are mitigation measures which are identified and incorporated related to a variety of factors to reduce the impacts to a level of insignificance. One of the main portions of that document related to traffic analysis. The analysis looks at the existing traffic conditions, existing conditions if the project were to be built, and then existing conditions with approved projects and then future build out of the site. They do use the slow cog modeling for, I think it was 2035, to determine the cumulative impacts and full build out. So there are some identified mitigation measures that relate to improvements at Del Rio Road and San Ramon. One of those improvements is a striped signed crosswalk to allow people from the Apple Valley neighborhood to get across to the Barrel Creek development. And similarly allow people from Barrel Creek to cross over to the Apple Valley side. The Apple Valley side is the side of the road that does have pedestrian facilities that cross Del Rio and the interchange over to El Camino Real. So that connection becomes important to cross the freeway. However, it's an uncontrolled intersection. And so there are mitigation measures included there, not only for the lighting for safety with the streetlights, but also with that crosswalk to have a flashing beacon to alert motorists that there may be somebody crossing there. And that is required for safety. At Ramona Road, they are anticipating the future realignment of Ramona Road, which will help some of our queuing issues at the interchange. However, if the project builds before Ramona Road is realigned, The mitigation measures do identify that there be some information added to that intersection with some striping and signage that says "do not block" to mitigate any queuing impacts that there are across the freeway overpass. The project's also identified to pay their fair share towards the realignment of Ramona Road to help participate in that mitigation. And then there's a lot of development happening at El Camino and Del Rio, and then this side of the freeway. And so this project is required to pay their fair share towards the improvements at El Camino and Del Rio, which were identified as part of the Del Rio specific plan. Sewer was also identified as an area of impact. When Apple Valley was constructed, there was no sewer on the west side of the freeway. They brought sewer over. There is a lift station at Apple Valley that helps get the wastewater over to El Camino Real and to our existing gravity system over there. But of course, that lift station was designed not with Barrel Creek in mind. It does have some capacity for some area growth. However, with the Barrel Creek development, they will need to make some upgrades to that lift station. Those upgrades will happen with phase 1 of the development to ensure that we have adequate capacity. They also did some analysis of the line in El Camino Real. And while it's exceeding ideal design capacity, the line in El Camino does still have capacity for Barrel Creek and some surrounding additional development. In terms of noise, there will be some increase in noise based on intensification of land uses. This property is adjacent to the freeway, which is an existing source of noise for surrounding residents. And no outdoor amplified sound is included with this approval. So any outdoor amplified sound would need to come through the administrative use permit process at a later date when we have more information about what that might look like and specific details of that proposal. So neighborhood character was a primary concern during the authorization hearing. As I mentioned before, the applicants did greatly reduce density at the corner of San Ramon and Del Rio Road in terms of the residential development. I think at one point in time, they had a multifamily development proposed there that had some 3-story buildings with greater intensity along the street frontages. So they did redesign that to have a similar lot pattern to Apple Valley neighborhood. And then those commercial uses are buffered by the drainage to the west, with those apartment projects as kind of an additional transition and buffer. The Planning Commission also added some conditions related to neighborhood compatibility. They did add a condition to increase the rear yard setback of any second floor areas for the single family subdivision. The condition as written would apply to all properties within that single family subdivision portion. And it is an additional 5 feet regardless of what the lower floor setback is at. So it requires sort of that wedding cake articulation of the second floor along the rear setback. They also added a condition that there be a deed notification recorded on the residential portion of the project, that there may be adjacent rural activities. And as we know, living in Atascadero, some of those activities might include odors from some farm animals or some noises associated with that. And they just wanted people to be aware that that could be a potential in this neighborhood. We also paid particular attention to the Del Rio Road interface. We do have Apple Valley across the street that has a lot of landscaping and a similar style of fencing. So we wanted to make sure that we kind of retain that character. There is about a 3-foot retaining wall, 2 to 3 feet, about 10 feet off of the sidewalk from Del Rio Road that allows for an adequate area for street trees and landscaping to kind of buffer that wall and buffer the rear yards of those residential units. They are proposing a rear yard privacy fencing on top, obviously, of that retaining wall. There is a condition to set that fence back 3 feet from the wall to allow for added landscaping and to comply with our current code requirements. I think the applicants may be able to get that wall down a little bit and maybe looking to discuss some options for flexibility there. Those lots along Del Rio Road are very small, and moving that fence back 3 feet may limit the rear yard areas for those properties. So in terms of phasing, there are conditions added for the commercial portion to be built first. It's a pretty typical condition on mixed use projects in Atascadero. So that single family and multifamily portion would be built second. And the hotels, because they are a little bit different and generally require an operator to sign on, could be built at any time during the development as it's conditioned today. The conditions are also tied to the phasing of improvements, both on and off site with each phase, to ensure that we accommodate improvements that mitigate traffic and sewer and any other impacts at the time of development. In terms of affordable housing, the council has an interim affordable housing policy that was implemented a number of years ago. The current policy requires 20% deed restricted at moderate levels for any single family plan development overlay, and then 20% for multifamily in the 3 different income categories that we track: very low, low, and moderate. Under current policy, these units can be constructed as bonus units. So there is some attention given to the fact that when they construct these units, there's a benefit to having these done as bonus units, so it doesn't take away from the market rate units that they have within their project. So under our current policy, this would mean that 2 single family units are deed restricted as moderate income units within that single family subdivision. And within the multifamily portion, we have 3 moderate units, 2 low and 2 very low income units, with in lieu fees being collected for the missing fractions of those units based on the percentages. The applicants are requesting in lieu fee payment only instead of the provision of deed restricted housing. This is allowed by our current policy at council discretion. A couple items to note in terms of the affordable housing discussion is that there's really not an opportunity to construct these as bonus units because of the neighborhood nature of the design and the mixed use nature of the project. There's not really an opportunity to add more units based on their project site layout. It's also important to note that the project does allow for accessory dwelling units, which do count as either moderate or low income without deed restrictions based on our current study that we have. There's also a couple of modifications to draft ordinance B that need to be made. We kind of found a couple typos and areas where we needed some clarification. So draft ordinance B is our ordinance for the custom plan development overlay zone. We kind of had some difficult wording under some of the signage restrictions and lighting restrictions for the commercial portion. So that is shown there in that first portion. And then we had a numerical error in section G for the single family portion. And those are shown on the screen. So staff is recommending that the council adopt the 5 resolutions, which would encompass all of the entitlements for the Barrel Creek development. Potential condition modification discussion items would be that single family second floor setback, the Del Rio fence setback, and then affordable housing, and any other conditions that the council would like to see modified. That does conclude staff's presentation. We're available for questions, and I believe that the applicant's team is also in attendance this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Gleason. Could you go back to that draft ordinance B for a moment? Should that number 7 now be number 6?
Did I mute myself? Hold on. Okay, good. This would stay number 7. So for some reason, when the track change deleted it, it changed it to number 6. But we have here and then this.
Oh, got it. Okay,
yeah,
it looked weird. Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Absolutely.
All right, so let's do this. Let's start with any questions that council has of staff, and then we will go to the applicant. So I will look to. I'm just going to kind of go down the screen. I'm going to ask first Councilmember Darez. Any questions of staff?
Not at this moment, thank you.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Funk.
Yes, I have some questions for staff. For starters, there's a drainage feature, a substantial one, pretty deep one across the property. How has it fared in the the two most recent 100-year flood events that we've had in the last few weeks.
You know, I've driven by it a couple times and I haven't noticed anything crazy, but I don't know if I look specifically. I'm sure that the neighbors on San Ramon will tell you that the portion that's just north of this property did definitely flood in the last few storm events. They kind of have a dip there. I don't know if Director DeBar drove by and specifically noticed that drainage feature, how it was behaving.
And one thing to note about that drainage feature, it's really heavily regulated by a culvert that goes under Highway 101. So it can't really flow much more than that little culvert allows it to get drainage from the other side of the freeway. So it doesn't take on drainage from a huge other area like a lot of our drainages do. It's simply that culvert that leads into it that's pretty small under the 101. So it doesn't seem to get substantial flooding in it. But the areas, like Kelly mentioned, to the north and alongside San Ramon do have flooding issues that have been constant.
And was there anything in this project that would change the flooding propensities for neighboring properties?
I will let Nick jump in if he would like to.
Or I could put that to the applicant if they,
No, thank you for that question, Mayor Pro Tem Funk. One thing that is required of all these developments is that the post-development flow doesn't exceed the pre-development flow. So they do have a retention, detention, water quality infrastructure that they'll have to build for stormwater facilities. So it is not anticipated that the flow will exceed any flow that's flowing in the creek right now, or that drainage way right now.
Okay, great. Thank you. I noticed that we're doing a general plan amendment for this project. And we have not processed, we have, I believe, quite a few others that are general plan requests for general plan amendments that are much smaller situations. My understanding is that we're looking at this one because this is a major opportunity project. It's a very large project with a lot of potential benefits for the whole community. Is that correct?
Yes, that's absolutely correct. And when we brought this project to the City Council a couple of years ago for an authorization to proceed with the general plan amendment, that was the discussion at that time, that projects that have a substantial community-wide benefit would be evaluated, and that other projects that were simply one property, two properties, very small requests that involved projects that didn't have a substantial contribution to the overall community, that we would postpone action on those until the larger general plan update, which we're doing now. And finally now, this summer is that time when we'll be looking at that backlog of those smaller requests.
Great. Thank you for clarifying for the record. What's the height of the water tower feature relative to the height of the hotel and the height of the hotel across the freeway? Do we have any idea?
So the water tower feature was 65 feet tall. That maximum roof height on their proposed hotel was 60 feet. I would need to look into the hotel across the freeway. My guess is it's less than that 60 feet because it is a flat roof. So my guess is it's somewhere around between 50 and 55 feet across the freeway. But I can get that number for you.
Okay, I'm just trying to get perspective on how big that is. With regard to the hotel and the commercial buildings with the metal roofs, do we have assurance that these roofs are not reflective in character? Because while the folks in the project won't be looking at the roof, there are folks who live up in the hills above that who will see those roofs, and for whom a big glare off the roof would be potentially annoying.
Yeah, there are a couple pieces to that question. So when we see a lot of flat roofed commercial buildings, we do see a lot of bright white roofs. Part of that comes from building code and energy requirements. This property has proposed a lot of gable roof features and slanted roof features that kind of enable them to address those with different materials and different colors. I did sort of take a look at their proposed color and material board again today. A lot of them are sort of a light-ish tan color, but not anything, you know, metallic, and then ranges to some darker colors. There is a color that looks very similar to like a galvanized metal. And so I think if we're concerned about glare, we could make sure that that it be a slightly darker earth toned color for the roof and not include a raw galvanized finish that would have that metallic shine to it.
Okay, we can put that to the applicant too, if they're able to accommodate making sure that we don't get odd glare to other folks in the larger neighborhood. One of the uses that's prohibited in this project is, and forgive me, I'm jumping around all over the place, but I have a list of questions that, you know, I noted down and pulled from various parts of the packet. One of the uses that is prohibited is family daycare. And I just wanted to check in to make sure that that's prohibited in the commercial portion of the project, but that there are other kinds of daycare that potentially could be accommodated, or that there are ways to accommodate daycare within the project. It just wouldn't be those really small, like 6-person things in one of those big commercial buildings.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
So, yeah, the daycare use is essentially a residential use, and it is allowed in any of those residential properties. But the commercial portion of this project is actually zoned commercial park, which is similar to a lot of the zoning we have along the freeway. And it doesn't allow for any residential type uses. So the intent here was to not have the small family residential daycare in that commercial park zone, but allow it like we would in any of the residential properties.
Okay,
Susan,
great.
I wanted to piggyback on that a little bit. I did go through the use list for commercial park. And because it is sort of more the light industrial zone generally, although obviously in this setting, it might be looked at a little differently. Child care centers are also not typically allowed in that zone, and we did not add those into this project. So I just wanted you to be aware of that.
Okay, so a child care could be accommodated in the residential portion of the zone if somebody wanted to take one of those cute little lots and open up a family daycare, but they can't do it over on the commercial side.
Correct.
Okay. Gotcha. And, you know, the commercial side would be, you know, next to the breweries and the whatever, which, you know, not your ideal daycare setting anyway. Okay, speaking of breweries and bakeries and other things we might want to have in this type of commercial industrial, light industrial makerspace zone, are the modifications for the sewer lift station and the capacity in the El Camino line that it would feed capable of handling breweries or bakeries, which are, you know, higher use things? Or would additional steps maybe needed to taken for that?
I can answer that one. No, not additional. There was quite a bit of analysis done on the hydraulic capacity of the downstream gravity sewer in El Camino Real that flows to lift station 14, 13. The station 14 is the Apple Valley lift station that pumps over to El Camino Real that flows to lift station 13. We had the applicant do extensive analysis with our consultant on the capacity of that sewer line with all the other proposed development. And it was determined that that line does have capacity to accommodate any of the development that they're currently proposing, or we think they would propose. There is a trigger for 196 gallons per minute, I believe, that would push lift station number 2 to or lift station number 14 to have to upgrade the pump sizes and the wet well diameter manhole to an 8-foot. But there will be variable frequency drives that we're requiring the applicant to install on lift station 14 that will meter those flows to better out to the gravity sewer in El Camino Real. And what I mean by that is the pump just doesn't come on full bore and then just discharge a larger volume of sewage into those gravity pipes, but instead it would meter it over a longer time period so it doesn't inundate those gravity pipes.
Okay, so bottom line, there's enough capacity to handle both what might happen over Barrel Creek and the other proposed developments on the other side of El Camino Real without screwing up the system.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. And then are we able to ensure that that we're not having primary uses as vacation rental units for these residential things, so that it doesn't become a whole sort of vacation central?
I will have to just scan our conditions again in the PD language to see if we specifically address that.
If not, could that be considered as an addition,
Yes,
or at least for the primary units?
yes.
Okay. The mysterious lot 40 that's getting removed from the thing, where is it? I couldn't find it.
Let me pull that up on the screen real quick for you.
Sorry.
You're good. It's right here.
Oh, okay.
Really, yeah, small little lot.
Postage stamp.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. Then I think that and then one last question about phasing. Can phases 1 and 2 be done at the same time potentially? If they're doing a lot of this heavy construction, can they do some or all parts of the residential at the same time, as long as the commercial actually gets occupied first?
Yes, and I think part of the intent is to do a lot of the improvements and rough grading at the same time in order to sort of get those pieces out of the way and be efficient in terms of sewer installation and road installation. But in terms of occupancy, the commercial will need to occupy first, and permits will need to be issued for the actual buildings before residential building construction can begin.
Perfect. Okay, thank you very much. I have questions for the applicant, but I'll wait until then.
Thank you, Councilmember Borbo.
Yes, thank you. I actually have a lot of questions, but I will assure the mayor that I spent considerable time with Kelly yesterday asking numerous questions. These are new questions. Kelly, first of all, thank you very much for the as usual, very thorough presentation. And thank you to you and Phil for the thorough staff work on the staff report, the mitigated negative declaration, taking everything relevant into consideration. Couple of questions for you. One, I think Mayor Pro Tem Funk asked some excellent questions. I walked the property in its entirety yesterday, and I could jump that drainage feature, extremely easily. There's very, 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 very little water in it. I think because, as Phil indicated, it's being metered by the culvert under the freeway. But I drive San Ramon frequently. I drive Del Rio almost daily, sometimes multiple times. But I drive San Ramon frequently as I'm a Home Depot addict. And I noticed, of course, the flooding there that is just north of this property. And Susan asked this question, but it seems that there's going to be at least some additional water coming off of this property, although I understand there's a water retention feature right at the north, well, what would be the northeast corner of the leg of it. Is there anything that can be done regarding that flooding, even though it's off of this, it's outside of this property itself? And that's a question for Nick, I think.
Yeah, every year when it rains, I drive all over town, and I always drive by that one too, because it does flood. That just happens to be, runoff coming from some residential properties that aren't part of this development. And there's not any culverts crossing the road or anything, so just sheet flows across the road. And then there's not really positive drainage on the other side on that private property, so it ends up ponding. And, ponding up, and then it ponds maybe, up to 6 inches at the most. And then, at that point, it finds an area on that private property to the west on the other side of San Ramon. And then it just, dissipates down into the back, portions of their property. So it's a tough one without, doing some extensive storm drains or drainage work in the city right away. The easiest thing would be to work with some of those property owners to try to dissipate that.
Well, that's why there's no drainage on the other side of the road, as you indicated. Okay, anyway, different questions. In terms of the phasing of this, the way you described this, Kelly, the hotel is not in the phasing per se. In other words, it could be at any time. It could be early, or it could be later, or my concern is it could be never. And when we talk about some of the benefits of doing doing some like plan development overlays, et cetera, and you mentioned that economic development has not previously been a consideration, but it's a very big strategic goal consideration for the city council. And I'm always surprised that revenue is not a relevant consideration. And maybe this is a post this issue question, but is that something that we can or possibly should consider putting into our policy, or either now or through our general plan update? Because we got to pay the bills. You got to pay for the firefighters and police officers, et cetera. And so revenue generation is a serious consideration for one of these opportunity sites as you describe it.
Yeah, I think it's definitely at council's discretion to modify that policy. I will say that when that policy was written, most of our planned developments were for small lot, single family subdivisions. And we didn't use them a lot for mixed use development or like a Del Rio, ranch type development or marketplace. And so they just weren't used for that. And so that wasn't at the forefront of everybody's mind when making that policy. So I think economic benefit is a great factor, and we can look at adding that to the policy if we want to bring that.
And yeah, so I have some concern about the hotel not being kind of required. So everything else could be built. We could be sitting there with an empty hotel site. Although I'm wondering, and maybe I'll ask the applicant, it seems to me the hotel would be critical to making the commercial, especially breweries, et cetera, more viable. And so maybe I will save that question for the applicant. Now you mentioned that the urban services line was moved across the freeway when Apple Valley was rezoned from residential suburban to its much higher density now. It incorporated almost all this property except for the far northern portion that you mentioned, and it also crossed San Ramon to those existing homes on the west side of San Ramon, correct?
Yes, it does, and capture those currently.
And so in moving the urban services line there, was the council at the time expressing an intent that at some point those properties would be served by the sewer?
I think with Apple Valley going in, there was some potential opportunity for those areas to develop and have access to sewer to allow them to intensify. It kind of didn't work out that way. We do have a lot of areas in our city inside the urban services line that still remain rural and on septic. But that urban services line sort of establishes an area that it just identifies potential for the future.
Gotcha. And were any of those neighboring property owners, did they express an interest in being incorporated in, this amendment that's taking place here?
I think that would be a great question for the applicant. I do know that there were some parcels in some iterations that were included that are not included in this final iteration, but they could probably best answer what interest the neighbors had.
Yes, and it is certainly true that they were interested in being part of this, but I don't think they wanted to pay to be part of this, and so they weren't included.
Okay, because I mean, I'm concerned about those pre-existing long-time neighbors, and yet being part of something that would allow them to enhance the value of their property down the road perhaps be valuable. Speaking of the sewer, in the staff report, you included a study from, I think, MKN, some experts, and because you didn't want to do this piecemeal, made sense that you looked at the other uses, potential uses, the existing commercial lot at the corner, the potential that the state might want to do affordable housing on the other side, the church enhancements, et cetera. If, the lift station needs to be upgraded, if you will. I assume, perhaps with more powerful pumps than would be required by this project alone. If this is approved and done and the applicant, let's say spends, $1 million on sewer improvements, would they be reimbursed for some of those improvements and that capacity improvement by future development by other property owners?
I can take that. So if they were to, so there's like a two-phase approach in the lift station 14 improvements. If they just like skip phase 1 and went to phase 2, I'm guessing you're maybe wondering, Councilmember Bevo, but if they did that, it would be considered like an oversized public improvement, and they could request a reimbursement agreement with the city that usually has a term of 15 years. So the last one we did on this was about 5+ years ago, was for the Santa Rosa traffic signal with West Front development. And so those usually have a term of 15 years. So after 15 years, they disappear. And then anybody within that area of influence that would benefit from that, there'd be a prorated share that would be set up for those improvements that are above and beyond what the developer would have to do.
Got it. Thank you. And so on San Ramon, it looked to me from the drawings that there was landscape screening and there'd be a sidewalk on San Ramon in front of this neighborhood. But then for the apartments, I didn't see, at least on the drawings, it looked like a lot of landscaping, but I think you mentioned there would be some screening from the west side of the apartment buildings. There's going to be landscape screening between them and the existing neighbors?
There is that natural drainage feature that does have some riparian vegetation. Of course, that is off-site from the residential development, but is sort of protected as a drainage feature. You can't just go fill that in. So we are expecting that to remain. There is also some setback from the project site. Those units will be sort of lifted up, and so we do have that retaining wall that is stepped there. A lot of the opportunities for larger trees will be in between those individual buildings, but there will be opportunity for smaller trees and for shrubs within that terraced wall area and directly behind the apartment units buildings.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, because I was frankly surprised though how there is really very, very little vegetation in the drainage swale. You'd think that would be a natural place for vegetation, but there was very, very little existing vegetation. And then also there would be a screen, as you noted, between the hotel and the property on the north, although walking it, quite frankly, I think we need to be screening the hotel from what's on the neighboring property in terms of container units, garage door, empty garage, or, strange looking and falling apart features. Let's see, in terms of Councilmember Funk indicated the question on childcare. Now I got, you have to allow anybody can have up to 6 kids in their home. So any one of the houses could become a 6-unit daycare. But are you saying that they also could apply for a license to do a larger daycare facility?
In the residential
family residence?
In the single family residential
Yes.
area, yeah.
Mm-hmm,
Really?
yes.
Okay.
And
then,
I think that the state changed their standards recently to what's allowed by right. I think.
Yeah, so we don't even have a discretionary permit, even a larger family daycare.
okay,
So
so it's
the
no
state
longer
really
6.
has, the state's really streamlined that process for them.
Okay, so it's no longer 6, it could be 12 or whatever, some other
Yeah.
threshold. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you mentioned it not being allowed in the apartments or the commercial buildings. And I understand that it not as allowed as a commercial use, but I'm curious about, we talk a little bit occasionally, and hear from the first 5 folks or whatever they're called about, what if an employer there, in one of the commercial buildings says, I want to have on-site daycare for my employees? Is there any
That's-
distinction between daycare that's dedicated to employees versus
Yeah,
the
that's a
general
really
public?
good question, because we would see that as an accessory use. We wouldn't see that as a use. If I can't go there and bring my child there and not be working there, we don't consider that childcare. That's an accessory use to that commercial business. If they choose to put that in their business for the benefit of their employees, that's something that would be acceptable in that particular circumstance.
I did want to clarify that the
Excellent. Okay,
the
thank you.
state
That's what I understand.
daycare- I just
Go
want to
ahead.
clarify, the state's daycare rules also do apply to the apartment complexes as well. They don't differentiate between like single family and multifamily
Okay.
units.
So you could use a 1-bedroom apartment as a daycare for 6 kids, or however the threshold is, as long as you met certain other criteria.
Yeah, I think there are some licensing requirements that probably prohibit it in very small units or in units that don't have certain amenities, but there is no restriction from the city in terms of those apartment projects and daycare facilities.
Okay, got it. And then you mentioned the affordable in lieu of, but that there's not room for extra units in the 20 home single family. And so they would have to pay in lieu of fee. But you also mentioned that they're looking to perhaps sell this portion of this entitlement, if you will, to a home developer, because that's not this developer's thing. Would them even paying in lieu of fees be eliminated if they designed and pre-built ADUs into the project?
So a lot of those are kind of separate issues. So our interim policy allows deed restricted units to be built as bonus units. It's kind of an incentive to the developer to provide affordable housing units and not take away their density. Could the project include bonus units? Absolutely. It probably wouldn't be a single family product anymore in that portion of the project. There might be a couple duplex units on a portion of that project. And as we go back to the multifamily, that might mean an additional story on the multifamily, or less setbacks in between and larger buildings, which I don't think the applicant is super interested in, as they're sort of trying to keep with this transitionary area to the existing neighborhoods. The in lieu fees are paid with building permits. So it's 5% of the building valuation, which is a valuation that is not determined by the developer, but determined by sort of state published per square foot costs for certain types of structures. And so our policy fee is 5% of that building valuation, and that would just be paid with the building permits for the primary and accessory dwelling units, with in lieu fees. Bill, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Can we charge those on accessory dwelling units, or because they fit in the affordable by design category, maybe we don't charge them on those, and it depends on the size, I think, of the state allowance.
Yeah. I mean, anything less than 750, if it's an ADU, is not going to have those
let me interrupt,
fees,
because I don't
but-
think I asked the question well. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't think I asked the question well, because I'm not suggesting that they'd be allowed additional bonus units for density, because this being a PD overlay, it's like the 20 fits, but you showed the drawing with potential ADUs in it. And I'm wondering if, instead of them paying in lieu fees, when it comes time for them to build a thing and pull permits, if they could say, well, these ADUs will be affordable units by definition, therefore we shouldn't have to pay in lieu fees, and that would save them money and still provide affordable by definition housing.
Yeah, so I actually might let our city attorney Brian jump in a minute on this one. Our policy does not have an exception for ADUs and projects with ADUs. We currently, under our current RENA cycle, have a regional study that allows us to count half as moderate, half as low. None of those count as very low, which for a multifamily project per our policy, a percentage is required to be very low. So So I think that falls outside of our current policy. And I know our city attorney has had some opinions in the past about deviating from that policy for a specific project.
My advice would be to stay with the current policy, and there's some justification for modifying it.
Well, I guess that could wait until, they come time for them to apply to, build the actual units. Okay, last question. You mentioned about, there could be some increased noise from the commercial activity, but would all these structures actually buffer the noise from 101 to pre-existing people in the neighborhood?
That is a very likely situation. Whenever you build buildings between obviously a significant noise source and the other neighborhood to the west, you're likely going to change the noise that's currently there. And right now, our general plan assumes that there's about 65 decibel plus noise that extends all the way through this property right now from Highway 101. And as traffic volumes continue to increase on Highway 101, that noise level is probably even higher than our last analysis that was done 20 years ago. So it's very likely that building this site out is going to create a buffer. And the way these commercial land uses are oriented, the
Right.
fact
Thank
that
you very
they're
much.
oriented inwards, it's going to reduce that as well.
Thank you. And I apologize if I'm interrupting because occasionally there's a lag on my end, and then so I'm not missing anything, but I'm a little behind, and then I'll interrupt you. So I apologize. Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Dares, I'll come back to you. Any questions at the moment?
Yeah, just a couple. One of the things that we haven't talked much about was traffic. And if I could get, I'm looking for like a comparison just for perspective for anybody watching or is concerned. Trips per day or daily trips, however that's calculated. Nick, I think you can help out with this. From this project in and out at the main off of Del Rio, compare that to something local or nearby, maybe where Home 2 Suites is, and how drive-through restaurants like the Taco Bell and whatnot. What the comparison of how it's higher, lower, or whatever, just so people can understand what this is going to do.
Yeah, and of course, I didn't look at the traffic report before this meeting, but Kelly, do you remember how many daily trips were in and out of here?
I do not, but I do know their traffic engineer is also available tonight for questions, so maybe we can hold that for their time.
Okay, and then just one related question on that is, are there plans for some major redevelopment or changing of Del Rio in order to accommodate any additional traffic in this area, and from where to where and how far, and what are the plans for the bridge across 101 if there are any?
Yeah, so currently Del Rio Marketplace is conditioned to do improvements at Del Rio and El Camino. So that includes improvements in the eastbound direction to have a dedicated left turn through and right turn lane. They also have signal improvements and other geometric improvements in addition to their frontage improvements that they need to do on that parcel. This particular development is conditioned to widen Del Rio Road and do some crosswalk improvements and sidewalk improvements in addition to on Del Rio Road, in addition to their frontage improvements and the on-site improvements. The city is currently working on the improvements on Del Rio in the vicinity of 101, which would include realigning Ramona Road, as you're probably all aware, and then also the westbound to northbound right turn lane next to the Taco Bell site. So that retaining wall was built. The retaining wall is actually set back, and we have right of way to accommodate a future bridge widening if need be. Say if some higher, more intense retail would go on to the Walmart site. So we do have these pieces in place. So there's a few different moving pieces. Del Rio Marketplace is going to be taking care of many of the improvements needed at El Camino. And then the city will be taking care of, which this project has to pay a fair share towards the Ramona realignment and the westbound and northbound right turn lane and signal interconnection and some of those other improvements at the 101.
All right, thank you. And then one last question, actually, probably this one's for Phil or Kelly. To follow up on Charles's question with respect to the noise, and it's gonna, probably block whatever's coming from the highway and whatnot. But these commercial buildings there should not be anything going on in these things when they're fully functional that's going to generate any noise on their own, the type of businesses that'll be there. Is that correct?
We don't know the exact types of businesses that are going to happen in these buildings. But what I will tell you is there's not substantial outdoor use areas. Noise typically comes from an outdoor use. The other thing is all of the business entrances, the primary entrances and the outdoor areas that serve the businesses are inwards. In other words, they're in between the buildings, not on the outside of the buildings towards the residential area. So other than parking of vehicles in this zone and the operation of indoor business, we expect it to be a fairly quiet site. This is not an outdoor entertainment venue. This is not a noisy production venue where there's things going on outside. So it's probably going to be relatively quiet as a land use.
Will there are any of these, well, I probably don't know specifically now, but the types of business that'll be large enough for large delivery trucks, the need for large delivery trucks coming in, delivering their wares and whatnot, has that been considered, and how's that going to impact?
I think you're going to see delivery trucks. You're not going to see significant delivery trucks like you would at a grocery store, but you're going to see delivery trucks, and there's going to be vehicles coming in and out of here. But given the nature of the site and the way the site layout is and topography, that's not going to be a significant issue. They're going to drive around this circulation driveway. And because the site's higher up, typically sites that are higher up like this, you're not going to get the noise attenuation off to the west. Typically when you get a big noise issue is when you've got that amphitheater effect, when noise travels upwards into, in other words, if there was a hillside directly adjacent to the site with houses above it, you'd have that amplifier or amplification effect. But certainly there will be some deliveries. These aren't giant buildings, and we don't have very high intensity uses on our land use list that could go here. So.
All right. Thank you, Phil. Appreciate it. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask Director DeBar if you could come back on to regarding the Del Rio 101 interchange. I know one of the things we've been talking about over the time that we've been discussing this intersection, and things have changed since needing the roundabouts, is the signalizing that's going to need to be done and cooperate with that. And I know that, that can take, months, if not year plus or more. So where are we in that process? And is Caltrans, are we working well with them? Is that coming along? Or could you give us a little bit of an update there?
Sure. So with the cancellation of the roundabout project or that design, it kind of freed us up a little bit to pursue alternative designs, which we approved, or the city council approved, with that Del Rio plan line several years ago. We are working with Caltrans. We continue to talk with Caltrans. We've, been coordinating a meeting with their traffic engineers in the past. We haven't for a while, for maybe once since COVID has hit, but we did provide that traffic analysis when we looked at the Del Rio plan line and met with their traffic engineers. We currently are, at a 60% plan stage with those Ramona realignment and the improvements up on the US 101 ramps. But we continue to talk with Caltrans and their project manager, and we're coordinating closely with them. Our consultant Wallace Group, George Aguilar, talks to the Caltrans project manager on a regular basis. So interestingly enough, every time we have a big development like this, or like, on Del Rio Marketplace, there's always updated traffic analysis and modeling that is done. And some of the more recent traffic analysis that we had done kind of showed that not interconnecting the signals at the 101 ramps with El Camino actually worked almost better. So we do a lot of the constraints with these improvements are not just the the delay or level of service. It's physical constraints like queuing lengths and things like that. So
Right. I
that's
believe
one of the-
Caltrans made some changes recently, right, where it's not level of service isn't as much their concern anymore. So
right, yeah, it's vehicle miles traveled and things like that. But we still look at level of service because it's hard
Sure.
to give that up like a bad habit, maybe. But it
so
does.
Caltrans isn't holding this up. It's moving along at the pace that we expect it to. And when you said 60%, you mean everything that needs to be done in that area, like we're 60% through with that, or what was that 60% number that you said?
Sorry, 60% plan submittal, so 60% design. So they're about 60% through the design phase of that.
Okay.
At 100%, we will have full construction plans and specifications ready to bid, project ready.
Okay. All
Or
right.
shovel,
Thank you.
not shovel ready, but bid ready. Bid
Okay.
ready.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to ask Ms. Gleason, if you could go back to the layout where it shows all the, the units, the map with the 20 units of single family.
I moved my screen around. Let me see if I can get us there.
Okay, so this actually, if you look at that, see where it says number 3 is really where it should be lot 19, because if you go to the next page, that says lot 19 and 20, because there's two different, I was confused because there were two different, maps, and one showed 19 units and then like an empty one that, I would assume would be 20, and then the other one showed all 20. So
good clarification for the applicant. It is a 20 lot subdivision, but you're right. One of them may be under this 3 right here.
well, but no, it's if you look at the staff report, it's blank. But if you go to the next, I thought I saw another screen with these. Is there another right there? See 19, 20. But in the other one, lot 20 says 19 and 19 is actually blank. So I'm assuming this is the correct one, but I can ask the applicant that.
Yes.
Okay. If we look at page, let's see, which page is it with all of that list of uses? I'm curious, retail restricted. What is retail restricted?
Bill, do you want to, I can pull the actual definition up.
Retail restricted, isn't that the
It's usually
tattoo
like
shop,
cigarette shops.
tattoo shop?
Tattoo is under personal services restricted.
Okay. So then it would just really be cigarette shop. What else is under retail restricted?
Pull it up, but it's the types of uses that maybe are not as desired in certain locations based on proximity to residences or things like that.
Well said. I was looking for the right
Okay.
words.
No, that's just fine. That makes sense. And then what is the logic on social and service organizations being conditionally allowed? That seemed kind of odd to me.
That is an odd one. And I don't think that there's a strong desire from staff or the applicant to have that land use in at all. We just threw it out there. So I think it's at council's prerogative whether that even stays as a conditionally allowed use, unless there's a specific reason for that. But it doesn't really fit the overall theme of what's going here. It just got left in, unless I'm missing something. Is that right, Kelly?
That's correct. I also wanted to point out, because you asked about the retail sales restricted, and we did put that on the not allowed list. We also have the land use, like Phil mentioned, tattoo parlors and things of that nature, non-licensed massage services that are under personal services restricted. I did go through the land use list today, and that remains as a conditionally allowed use in this project. So if there is a concern about those restricted type of uses, that could be put on the list to disallow as well.
Okay, could you maybe have, because I'm sure we're going to take a break at some point, maybe bring that up and we can have a
Yes, if
discussion.
we take a break to do it, that would be perfect.
Yeah, thank you. This is another question for Director DeBar. If I just look at page 375 and 376 of the staff report, we're looking at those lift station 14 improvements that need to be made, and I'm wondering why the project wouldn't want to go ahead and do the full improvements for the $1 million, because it seems like the original 768, then you have to go and do another $1 million. Could you do the $1 million and save the 768? I'm sure someone brilliant has already thought this through, and that's not possible, but it just seemed like, wow, you just go ahead and do the $1 million first and save on the other 3/4.
Yeah, I think, yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, phasing those improvements, and I would love to see, the final, more capacity is good. However, those, if you make it bigger, like that phase 2 requires an 8-foot diameter wet well manhole, 40 horsepower pumps. So if you have those things and you don't have quite the flow into that lift station that you need to cycle those pumps every so often, you could have problems with, stagnant sewage kind of hanging out in there and smells and other things. And then also the pump cycles don't run as frequently. So those pumps, it's good for them to run, on a regular, frequent basis. So they might not be pumping as frequently as you want. And there's some other issues with operations that could occur from that.
Okay.
So
we're basically talking about that. It's not so much. It really has to do with you need more flow going through there. Like you need greater amounts of effort. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if
That's fine.
it could definitely, it could accommodate, lower flows and everything, but it's kind of like if you imagine a highway, right? So if you only need a 1-lane road, but you build a 2-lane road, it seems, or 2-lane, 4-lane highway, right? Instead of 2-lane highway. It seems like kind of excessive, and then cars speed faster, and there's some, downfalls from that, but
Okay.
similar thing to that lift station.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see. Just to in here in the conditions, we talk about utilities being put in, and so I'm assuming we're going to have conduit for broadband and all of that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm looking for the condition, but I read it and it's in there.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to remember which condition it was. A 38 sticking in my head, but that's probably not it. That's probably something else, but okay. On page 463, we talk about, I'm just curious why this is all windows shall this is for the multifamily. So this is the PD itself we're talking about. All windows shall be non-sliders. Does that mean no sliding windows? I mean, what does that mean? I can't imagine the multifamily units aren't having slidable windows or openable windows. So what is that?
Looks like Phil wants to chime in, but you want me to take it?
Go for it, Kelly. I was going to explain, but I think go.
So sliders are sort of the, this direction window opening. Generally, we see sliding windows that have a little bit less sort of proportion and rhythm to them as more traditional window styles, like a hung window or a casement window. And typically we see sort of higher quality sort of architecture and that farmhouse architectural style. come along with a different window type. So to sort of keep more authentic with the architectural style that they've proposed, we have sort of conditioned that they not use a sliding window style, but they will be operable in other ways.
Okay.
Vertically opening instead of horizontal opening,
Vertical
really
instead
is
of
all it comes down to.
Okay. All right.
Mayor, back to the fiber optic, that's condition 53. That's it in
Thank
there.
you. Thank you. 53. Let's see. And one last question. The Planning Commission had talked about they wanted an extra 5-foot upper floor setback. And I know staff was thinking there might be some other options to avoid unintended consequences. What would that look like?
Sure. So I think there's a couple factors to consider. The property that is of highest concern is the property to the north that will remain rural residential. That property line for that property is actually considered the side property line. So that adjacent property could build 5 feet from the property line, 2 stories tall. The rear yard setback of the single family residential development is 10 feet. Of course, there's exceptions for certain ADUs per state law. So the additional 5-foot setback from the first floor to the second floor would put it sort of at 15 feet. But if they were to set back the house 20 feet, that second floor would still be required to be set back an additional 5 feet. So at 25 feet, so it does force that wedding cake look. We do know that there is a lot of additional cost associated with sort of that stepping back feature, especially on single family residential homes. So the council can consider not having an additional setback, or if you desire an additional setback, having that setback just be 15 feet, and then somebody could build the entire house at 15 feet and not have to do that upper floor setback, but still retain a greater setback from that property line. There could also be a consideration that it might only apply to certain lots in the development where there's a concern, rather than all of the single family parcels proposed.
Long story short, it puts a much more substantial development constraint on these residential properties than what you'd find in rural west Atascadero properties in the RS zone. So I guess, should they be, should they be built to a lower and more articulate standard than other homes in the west? That is the question for council.
Okay, and maybe we can get some input from the applicant as well on on what they might like to see there. Okay, so I'm going to look to council. What I'd like to do is go to the applicant and hear from them and ask questions, and then take a break before going to public comment. But I want to know from all of you, would you prefer a break right now and then we come back?
I have one more question for staff, and then I could be good with taking, then a break would be nice.
You'd like a break now? Okay, so go ahead and ask your question, and then we'll take that break and then come to the applicant.
Okay, and that is in the Kelly, in the grid you put up about tier 1 and tier 2 benefits in the planned development overlay zone per an older council policy. Is it possible to treat the incorporation of apprentices as a tier 2 benefit in a project like this? I mean, one of the things we're always looking for is we have high school students at Atascadero High, developing trade careers and the opportunity to work locally and develop our local workforce and create pathways to good head of household jobs locally is part of that overall value of development value of these kinds of projects. Could that be considered as a tier 2 benefit?
Yeah, I think that the policy in general was aimed at acknowledging that a planned development allows different development standards than would normally be allowed by our code. And so in order to allow that, there was some expectation of community benefit. I think that the chart that was adopted with the policy has some listed general characteristics, but I think obviously those change over time and those can be different for specific developments. And so I think the general finding is just that there is a community benefit offered for the allowance for the planned development. And I think it can be the same items that are listed. It can be those items plus others, or it could maybe be some of those items, not all of them, but different ones because it's a unique situation. So I think you have flexibility on how you make that finding. I also wanted to circle back really quickly. The home to suites is at about 50 feet tall. And we do not currently have any restrictions on short-term rentals proposed, but that could be added.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other staff questions before we go to a break and then come back to the applicant?
I do have a question or an answer for Councilmember Teresa's question earlier about what equivalent traffic would this be similar to? So currently this development full build out is expected to have 2,751 vehicle trips per day, weekday vehicle trip. That'd be equivalent to, I'm just looking at some other traffic studies we've done, but it'd be equivalent to like a 12 pump. I mean, this is a horrible, maybe one, but a 12 fuel station pump gas station with a 2,000 square foot sit down restaurant. So that would be the daily trip would be similar to. And keep in mind, most of these trips, they're not going over to Monterey Road. These are going up to San Ramon. We've kind of conditioned the project not to dissuade traffic from going up San Ramon to the north or going through Apple Valley development. All these trips predominantly will be between the development and El Camino Real.
So thank you, Nick. So
Right.
the trips really, it's not really a significant amount of traffic that's being generated because of this. It's, because that is a concern that people have. They see all this development, all these buildings, and they just think it's going to be one endless run of cars. And so I just wanted a comparison. And thank you. I appreciate you bringing this up.
And I think I remember looking at this a couple months ago, but like, for instance, additional traffic that would be going westbound towards Monterey Road, I think was like 10 car, like peak hour was like 10 cars per hour or something along those lines. So pretty minimal impact to the existing neighborhoods.
All right. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Okay, just a quick note before we go to break. Anybody with their hand up, please go ahead and put your hand down because we're going to be working with the applicant. I do know that someone with the area code of 323 had their hand up initially. We will, when we get to public comment, we will bring you on. I also saw CB. I saw Ken Triguero. Sorry, Ken, I butcher your name every time I try. I saw your hand up. And then I saw a Tiffany G. I no longer, Ken, you can put your hand down right now. Not yet. I'm just saying, I know you were there. Tiffany G, I had seen your hand up and I didn't know if it was for this item or for public, for community forum. I don't see you here, but if you are on the phone or something like that and you wanted to speak on this item, that will be coming up after the break and after the applicant speaks. So let's take it's 8:18 right now. Why don't we take a break till 8:30, stretch our legs a bit, and then we're going to come back and we're going to go on to Mr. Scott Martin, who is the applicant doing the presentation. And we'll kind of keep that brief. We want to go over more of our questions. We've had a pretty thorough presentation, so we'll keep that brief and then we can answer the questions that council has, and then we will go out to public comment. So see you all back here in 11 minutes. Right, we can go ahead and come back and reconvene here. We've got a new member.
Oops.
All right, and Councilmember Bourbeau, are you here as well? There we are. All right, so council has just come back from a break, and we're going to hear from the applicant. So unless you are the applicant, I would ask that for right now you put your hand down. We will get to community input, public forum on this project. So I believe Scott Martin is the one doing the presentation. So if we can bring Scott Martin up, that would be great.
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Martin, we can hear you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor. I have no presentation abilities. Am I allowed to present? I think that was the goal.
Yeah, let's see.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. I'm being
Okay, perfect.
okay. I think I'm back and you're looking at my screen, maybe?
Yes, we are.
Thank you so much. I can't even imagine your dedication in these trying times, bouncing from in person to at home to wherever you may be. So thank you for the opportunity. I myself had to make that same adjustment tonight, so I hope it's as seamless as possible anyway. So I'm going to try to keep my presentation pretty short and really answer as many of the questions that sort of bounce back and forth between yourself and staff. But we do want to give a little bit of the history as I go. So I'll try to keep it to about 10 minutes if that makes sense for everybody.
And definitely the shorter the better. So
oh, wow. Okay.
We've already heard some of what you're going to say. Move through it quickly.
I will do my best. Thank you for the advice. Again, I just quickly want to talk about the site, general plan conformance process, a little how we got where we are, some of the site features that came up as discussion items, building design, landscape, and then I do have a couple comments about some of the conditions of approval, very similar to others. This, we all know the site, this is the drainage feature that's in question, and to answer one of the previous comments, very wide open here. There's a beautiful tree we want to keep right there, but there is a good amount of landscaping along that drainage feature as you head further north. That's where our apartment project is, or the apartment portion of this project is. Of course, freeway visibility is key to the commercial. So this is a site that's been talked about for quite some time. I think this group has seen this. Your general plan calls it out as a mixed use node on the northern edge of our town. Really excited about trying to check as many boxes as possible for your general plan policies with what this project can create and do, including head of household jobs, including more housing available within close proximity. I love hearing some of SlowCog's presentation about reducing traffic demand before us. Some of you were there in the original 2019 pre-application. It's almost been 5 years now that we've been working on this. We were at council before in 2020. Really great feedback, really helped to steer, invest in this project and help shape what it is today. Maybe even more so though, was the public workshop that we held for this project. We held an on-site public workshop soliciting feedback from the neighborhood, from the general public that did, as Kelly mentioned, drastically change the shape and scope of our project. We've been through design review, we've been to multiple planning commission hearings, and we're here tonight, hopefully, with what we think is the fruition of all of that put together. I don't want to go back through too many details of the sites. I will again try to comment on a couple questions that came up. It looks like Landscape got scared of the big number 3 and put lot 19 there on their labeling. That is incorrect. This is 19. This is 20. The blow up that Kelly showed is the correct one. There are 20 single family residential lots. I will later talk about what I'll call the northern edge of the property of the single family as we talk about that condition with the second floor setback. So that to me is right along here, but great catch on that. It shows we still have humans putting these drawings together. I think we've talked a bit about the building design. I think it was well received by DRC. Actually, even all of public comment have talked very highly about the building design. We're very happy about that. To address Councilmember Funk's comment regarding reflectivity, there are SRI values or reflectant values that we're happy to stay with it below. This will be, as staff said, much less reflective than any flat TPO roof that is usually very bright white, and will probably be less reflective than the solar panels that are going to be required on some of them as well. As we get more into users, that's where the solar panel requirement will come into play a little bit. Again, this design's been going on for years, and every time the energy code changes, which recently happened in January, the solar requirements change along with that. So these roofs accommodate that very well. And they are, I think, as staff mentioned, from a design standpoint, they're true roofs. There are no false parapets. This is real roofed architecture. So we're very excited about that. We've shared the sort of agrarian bucolic nature of the site and that becoming the derivative for the architectural elements with previous commissions, with DRC, how that came to about in the commercial transformation, almost like a site that was built over time. So we have some great local examples of architecture that starts to still be agrarian, yet also commercial in nature. So that's where much of this was built upon. There is the tiny home or tiny lot concept for some of the cottage rentals. We think that's a very unique feature up along the frontage. I want to be very clear, just with something we heard throughout your questions. There is no phasing intended for our project. I know the city has some very specific requirements, and I think that's bad blood from previous project. The applicant's intent is to come in and build the project as a project. From the circulation standpoint, it's needed in order to get to the commercial project. These are commercial developers. There is a possibility that selling off portions or pieces, but all the infrastructure has to go in place regardless. So these pads will be built for the single family. It's the actual vertical construction of the single family that may be sold off to somebody else. If you could predict the market better than us, we could answer that question more easily. But there is no intent. Commissioner Bourbeau, we'd love to build the hotel first right out the gate. So all of this was from staff's previous bad experience with other projects. The project is designed to be incorporated as one large project. I hope that helps. From a street frontage standpoint, this is our street improvements. I thought that was a great question. We are really improving some left-hand turns into the Apple Valley neighborhood, some dedicated lefts into our project, street frontage, landscape frontage. I have another slide specifically about that. But I think that the public frontage is where we're going to actually build improvements, and you'll see tangible things. For everything that goes on, much like any of the other projects in the area, Del Rio and the interchange and El Camino, those are all challenges, and signalization and Caltrans, and oh my gosh, what a nightmare. We are paying our fair share towards all of that, but we are actually building and implementing what's right in front as far as Del Rio goes. To answer a little bit more about the drainage and the San Ramon frontage, Again, landscape, you can see we have some a pretty good setback of landscaping, sidewalk, and we're gathering some of that drainage. So per standards, we can't make the drainage that happens, it's up here, it's as San Ramon kind of keeps going north, where things really get in trouble. We can't make that any worse than we do today. We think we're making it even better just by gathering some of the water here. And then this is also a drainage basin area as well. So the site features help pull some of that water off. We can't take water from off our site. We'd be intruding onto others and whatnot. So we do think we know for fact we can't exacerbate the issue, and we believe we're going to make the issue of the neighbors even better through our new drainage strategies. So that I hope that addresses some of that. And we have a beautiful landscape palette, even though I don't think that's your highest and best concern tonight. Regarding commercial design, as Phil said, these are inwardly facing buildings and area. This is different. I wish, actually I don't, but there are a lot of traditional commercial throughout Atascadero that traditional commercial could go in and do. I am scared that traditional commercial is gone and no longer traditional. That we do not want big parking lots. We do not want big retail frontage like what you have seen in years past. This is an experience. This is the place where you get to see the candle maker make the candle and then purchase it from them. There are no loading docks planned. That there is no elevated dock or sunken dock. Any deliveries will be done via the back side of these on hand carts or dollies. There are roll-up doors planned, and you can see that there's a number of places. I think even Jobella does this. There's a couple places in Atascadero where there are no docks. There is even parking in front of those roll-ups with limited delivery times so that people can get in and out. The parking gets back to the trip generation that I'll speak of as well. There are about 200 average AM, PM peak trips into this site. That is because there are limitations on the amount of restaurant use or eating establishments that can be here. So per Nick's comment, one gas station with a restaurant generates as much traffic as this entire project does. This is a very different kind of project, and there's some huge synergies of having the mix of uses all on site. Again, this is our property. These are the multifamily unit buildings. We are providing some landscaping, and then you have the drainage, but I really just wanted to point out that you're at least 160 feet to a resident on this area. So the residents that are across the drainage, many of them are warehouses and garages, and I think we all know to the north there's an interesting little structure, but we believe there's a good solid setback and screening from our multifamily housing to any adjacent resident, and that came out of that community design process. We have a beautiful plaza, and we're saving a heritage oak tree. Again, I'd love to talk forever about that, but I don't think it's your priority. Planning Commission helped to make this project even better, as every stop along the way has. We introduced a little more recreation into the project. We compared ourselves to Apple Valley, and there was some concern about there's a great trail system there. There are no active recreation facilities in Apple Valley, and the idea of adding one sort of at our kind of knuckle of the site, I call the pinch point the knuckle, allows for the multifamily to have some play structures, the single family to have some play structures, me when I'm buying my coffee for my kid to go have a play structure. I think it's going to be this great sort of transitional element in between the commercial and the residential. So we're actually really happy with that concept. We also have some more passive recreation in what's being used for LID treatment and drainage treatment and things like that. So lots of landscape areas, and now a little more fun area as well. So not just mom and dad get to have fun, but even the kids. Previously, the frontage of Del Rio was talked about. We talked about a little bit more. Basically, we heard from Apple Valley residents, just copy what we have on your side of the street. And that's what we've been trying to do. You can see there is a sidewalk right here, and then about 8 feet of vegetation before a wooden fence. We're doing the same thing, except you can see their yards sink down a little bit, ours step up slightly. So if you just mirror that, we have a sidewalk, and we actually have a little bit more. We have about 12 feet of landscaping. And then depending on where you are, you have a small retaining wall. It varies from 0 to about 3 feet high. And then we're asking to put a fence on top of that, a wooden fence to mimic Apple Valley. That's what we heard from the community. That's what we would like to propose. Again, I'll touch upon that in our discussion of conditions in a minute here. Wanted to just show you an approximation at Planning Commission. The neighbor asked, well, what's this going to look like? You can see the Apple Valley homes. I think they have a couple slider windows. I don't know. We're going to try to at least meet that quality. But this is our corner here of San Ramon, and this is the approximation of trying to mimic that architectural massing and styling that we've talked about throughout the document. So a little more slant towards the agrarian or farmhouse look, and less on a Spanish style. That's the big sort of architecture departure. But we feel like this is much more in keeping with everything you see on the further north of the project in the more sort of rustic bucolic neighborhood. So we find that the single family is a really great transitional piece down the street. Okay, a couple just quick comments. The in lieu housing, I know Ken's online. I hope he speaks to this. We work with a bunch of affordable housing developers. You know, the hardest affordable housing to develop ever is the onesies and twosies. And that's what this, I think we've talked to staff, your own policy, existing policy that I believe is in the works, just makes it very hard and puts that onerous onto market rate developers who aren't experts at affordable housing. We would rather pay into the in lieu fee and allow the experts like Ken to take that money and use it much more wisely in a larger, more substantial project where they can use those dollars to a better effect. I appreciate council members' ADU comments and how we could, we're not asking for a density bonus. We're below thresholds. We're really just asking to pay the fee and let an expert do affordable housing, because that's what they do. They manage it better. Talk to many of your existing housing developers. They struggle with the management of affordable in Atascadero. That's condition 16. Condition 38. This goes back to that fence and wall I just showed you on Del Rio. Right now, the way the condition's written, that any portion of that wall that's more than 2 feet, we're putting a 5-foot fence on top of a wall. If it gets over 2 feet, they're asking us to step it back 3 feet. That's not what's happening on the other side. What we're trying to do is just put the fence on top of the wall. It's a one less little no man's landscape area that you can't plant much in. We've provided a greater setback. We're hoping that we can just put the fence on top of the wall and limit that to a maximum height of 8 feet. That works well for us. Happy to work with staff on the exact wording of that, because it came out a little bit weird, but that was one of our comments. Same goes to, those are the two conditions we wanted to bring up. The PD itself, Mayor, that's where you found the sliding windows. There's some stuff in there about Cal Green Tier 2. There's the 5-foot setback from an upper floor. It just feels a little onerous on this development to place PD standards that aren't on others. So what we would rather say, let's have a 15-foot setback to the second floor, but the 5 foot from the lower floor, which is 10-foot setback, you're adding structural gymnastics to a building that is becoming less and less targeted towards affordable housing or even workforce housing, because you're adding so much articulation. So I just think it's a little bit of an overreach. We're fine with the additional setback, although I believe Planning Commission was very targeted when that comment came out that it was along only the northern boundary of the single family. This, what was happening on Del Rio or San Ramon, because we already have that 16-foot landscape and sidewalk setback before the fence, before another 10-foot setback, was not the area of concern, but actually at the northern edge of the property line. So I'm sorry, I hope I didn't rush through that too much. I really do appreciate, and I could talk for hours about what I think is one of the most substantial projects in our town of Atascadero, but I want to offer the opportunity for any questions or comments you may have. I have my team with me. We're kind of chatting via Teams, and I can try to answer most of the questions. I also have the traffic consultant and and the applicant themselves on Zoom. We may need to raise them to be able to speak if needed. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you for the reiteration of this project and making it better.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin. And I will go to actually, first I'm going to ask staff, condition 16, talking about the in lieu instead of building the affordable, is that not what's currently in in what's being proposed, that it would be an in lieu? Or is staff recommending building it and you were letting us know that the applicant would like it to be in lieu?
Our condition follows the council policy, which is to build the units. Our policy does allow council to make the shift to in lieu, and so you would need to modify that condition.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. And then the condition of approval number 38, would like your input on that request in terms of being able to put the fencing on top of that wall for a total of 8 feet. What do you?
Yeah, the applicant actually did work diligently to reduce the height of that retaining wall. I think when it first came in, it was 5 or 6 feet tall. And we worked really hard with them to reduce that. Our current code kind of has an 8-foot maximum for fencing plus wall to occur. However, this is set so far back, I think 10 to 12 feet of landscaping, that I think putting the fence on top of a 3-foot wall is not a large concern. I would hesitate putting a maximum height on there. We know when we build 5-foot privacy fences that the residents go back and add an additional foot. And sometimes that can look a little bit hodgepodge and not done super well. So I think it would just be better to allow the fencing on top of a 3-foot wall or less, which I think is just changing 2 feet to 3 feet in the condition, and going with that.
Okay. 2 feet to 3 feet in the condition. Okay. And we got a thumbs up there from Scott Martin. So, all right. And then the 5-foot setback, and we can talk about this as council, but I think we tend to not want to put extra things on. So that's something that we can talk about as well in the windows and those other things when we get to more of a discussion after public comment and after our questions. So I will look to council for questions of the applicant, and I'll just kind of go from the bottom up now. Councilmember Borbo.
Yeah, I have a question, although this might actually be a staff question, and that is, you talked about there wouldn't be parking on Del Rio. That would be on westbound Del Rio, part of this project. I assume there would be no parking on San Ramon. Is that correct? Okay, I understand.
Correct.
Okay, and then in terms of Del Rio, you do certain improvements on the eastbound Del Rio there along the project site, and driving it every day. That's great because that's kind of a bumpy stretch of road, if you will. But I'm concerned about having the situation come along where you have one of these situations where one side of the road is nice and new and the other side of the road is decrepit and bumpy, or not as good, shall we say. And I'm wondering, and like I said, maybe this is a staff question, but is there any improvement done on that side of the road or expected to be done on that side of the road by the applicant?
Nick, are you on to help chime in on that question?
Sure. I think what I heard, sorry, Councilmember Verbo, you were asking about improvements on
The
the
whole
south side
way
of Del Rio,
Right on the eastbound side.
on the eastbound side. So there would be no improvements there. They'd be making improvements out to roughly the center line. Of Del Rio, widening the road to have, as you can see on this, what's on the screen right now, the left turn lanes, and then a bike lane, but no parking on the frontage of Farrell Creek. But there would be parking on the frontage of Hippo Valley. There is a condition that they need to do a crosswalk, enhanced crosswalk with, push button flashing signs at San Ramon there, on the east side of San Ramon. There you go. And then also to have a walkable path up to the overpass. So if the Ramona realignment project has not occurred at the time of occupancy, they need to widen out Del Rio Road to have a walkable shoulder up to that overpass on the bridge, which is on the south side of the bridge.
I understand. Okay, I understand. Thank you.
All right, Mayor Potem Funk.
Yes, thank you. First of all, thank you for incorporating the Planning Commission's feedback on the active open space. That's a really nice resolution and really adds to the ability to build community within the context of a residential neighborhood. And we're all about building community here at Atascadero. Second, would you be able to accommodate a zip car, lot of spaces for people to do zip cars if parking gets intense in this area, something maybe in the commercial zone? Is that something anticipated?
Yeah, yes, absolutely. Looking at something for that, there's already EV parking, and actually the idea of and the name changes constantly. You can call it Lyft, you can call it whatever car share app you'd like. I'm not even sure Zipcars. Councilmember Funk, you and I may be a little old for this because I think there's new other things out there. But the idea of car share facilities and locations where those of the residents not wanting cars have access. Right now we have that closely associated with the commercial area, which is also very walkable from the multifamily.
Okay, that would work fine. And then last, are you willing to work with local labor to see if we can incorporate more local hires into the project, or accommodate that and accommodate local apprentices in the project so that we can have cost-effective training opportunities locally?
Well, I am so excited about where you're going. I don't know exactly what that looks like yet. So I think as well as I do, the construction industry on the Central Coast is well impacted, to say the best. It is a huge challenge. We're absolute local preference is 100%. We'd love to go along with that. Local laborers would be fabulous. The idea is that this ultimately ends up as local jobs. So we'll love the idea of that. I know that North County Cuesta has a bit of an apprenticeship program now in some of the trades. I think we'd be happy to reach out with them as well. But there's really an issue of a labor pool shortage. So to say that there's going to only be local labor, it's a stretch in a project of this size and scale.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect it to necessarily only be local labor. One can't always have exactly the supply one wants, but a willingness to be in discussions to find opportunities for some local, to ensure that there are local opportunities would be valuable.
If it makes any difference, so far, all the consultant teams have been 100% local. So it's been great working with the applicant who is looking for local expertise and performance as is.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Darris.
I don't have any questions, actually. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I want to thank the applicant for really taking to heart the conversation we had a few years ago when we said, move ahead with the general plan amendment. And that was, the density of housing, both single family and multifamily, it was clustered closer together and was well in excess of 100 units was the potential. And really taking not only our input, but the input from the neighbors that the compatibility was really going to be an issue. And to see this scaled much more nicely to be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. I really appreciate that. I know this is something you don't necessarily have control over, but it's something that we've talked about before with other projects, and even when we're told it's going to happen and we don't have any control over it, nor should we necessarily, but it doesn't always happen. And that is the intent that these will be sold to individual owners or sold off to investors that then rent them out?
Okay, that kind of opens, I was going back through my list of questions that maybe I didn't answer from previously. So let me try a bit. The intent is for the multifamily to be a rental product.
Sure.
So for rent, serving local workers, work for young professionals, that sort
And
of.
I understand that. My question was really about the single family. Is that going to be an opportunity for, for residents in our area? And I realize some people will come from out of the area, but for individual, either people or families to purchase a lot and have a home of their own, or is this an investor comes in and buys it and then just rents out single families?
We've looked, there are certain places through development agreements and other things that I know I've worked on in this county where you can give local buyer preference. That's really hard to tie into your condition. There's some legality about that. So I just want to throw a wind of caution. And I want to address something that Councilmember Funk said earlier. I'd throw the same wind of caution towards limiting short-term rentals or anything. We heard from a public resident, just a community member just down the street, who said they love the ability for their house that they own to rent out come time for the fair or other things on an Airbnb platform or something like that. So it has become in today's sort of shareable work market that these are the sort of mechanisms that many of us use to allow home ownership on the Central Coast. So I'd be hesitant to say, let's put additional limitations on these lots that other lots in the area don't have. It's a 20 lot subdivision. This isn't huge. They're smaller lots. So again, you're not targeting the big LA developer kind of people. I know the applicant is talking to some local home builders who build homes for people in this area. Nothing is finalized on that as far as who will go vertical with those. But I think we'd be happy to work with some kind of local first program that both, council and everybody else said was appropriate and legitimate.
Yeah, and to be clear, I'm not looking to put restrictions on you to say, hey, you have to do this and sell this to it. Again, not that we even could, nor should we. I wanted to know where you were coming from, and just knowing that home ownership can be an important first step for people, for families. And it's disheartening when we see developments come in, and part of it has been, monetary policy that none of us have any control over, that has led to, people coming in and buying up things and then just renting them out. And it's more challenging for folks to actually get into home ownership, but that's a bigger conversation.
I will tell you the applicant's original vision is that the small businesses and people working in the commercial area, the business owners can buy a house and the employees can rent an apartment and all walk right next door. That is the vision of this development. We're happy to help along the way of how to make that fruition.
Lovely. Okay, thank you very much. I think we have exhausted our questions, and we may pull you back on if you want to just, turn off your camera and your mic, and if we need to pull you back on, we will, okay?
Sounds great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, so we are going to go on to public comment. And so this is an opportunity for any of you wishing to weigh in on this project. And here's what I'm going to ask. You can see we have quite a few individuals in the lining up in the queue here and that are attending. And so I would ask that when you make your comments that you be succinct, that you're providing us ideally new information. If someone before you or multiple people before you have said the same thing, I would ask that you don't repeat that. You could say, I agree, but hearing the same thing over and over and over isn't really helpful in the decision-making process. So bring us new information, let us know where you stand. And also, if you've got questions, let us know. I and staff will be writing those questions down. And when we finish with public comment, we will make sure that we answer those questions. We won't answer it one by one, but we'll answer them all at the end. We'll have the 3-minute timer going, so you'll be able to see where you are in the process. And with that, we will go ahead and open up. And as promised, area code 323 is right at the top. We do ask that you state your name for the record. That would be very helpful. So come on, looking forward to hearing from you.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So my name is Zach. I'm with CARE California. And so I'll make my comments brief. I know there are a lot of people that want to speak, but first and foremost, the MND, the mitigated negative declaration for the project, violates CEQA because it does not analyze or disclose cancer risk to nearby residents from construction equipment diesel exhaust. Also, guidelines from the state of California and the SLO Air Pollution Control District recommend evaluation of cancer risk to nearby residents from construction diesel emissions in projects exactly like this one. That's why the California Supreme Court also requires that a CEQA analysis disclose public health risks from air pollutants. So here the city failed to identify the nearest residents to the project site or to analyze potential cancer risks to those residents from exposure to toxic diesel emissions. So CARE's experts evaluated the cancer risk to nearby residents from the project's diesel emissions and found that the project may have potentially significant cancer risks. So the city may not approve the project until it prepares an EIR that fully analyzes and discloses the project's impacts to public health. Thank you again so much for your time. Once again, this is Zach with CARE California.
Thank you, Zach. Next up, we have Julie Roca.
Hi, am I there?
Yes.
Awesome. So I presented a PowerPoint, turned it into City Hall on Monday.
Okay,
So,
it's coming up here. Just one moment.
okay. And then while we're waiting on that, I'm sharing computer with my neighbor Dave, who also would like to do a public comment as well.
Okay, so your PowerPoint is up, and we will start your 3 minutes.
Awesome. So looking at the PowerPoint first slide, just looking for the Atascadero to please preserve the Atascadero's original rural roots. Next slide, please. This land has been zoned for rural residential 1+ acres for many decades. I've been a resident of Atascadero since 1965, grew up on San Ramon Road. I own property on San Ramon plus another resident here in Atascadero, both rural settings. Next slide, please. Overdeveloping this property would overtax our infrastructure and harm our local environment. Speaking of which, the gentleman prior to me was speaking about our local environment, the risks of harmful whatever's going on with the construction. Next slide, please. Looking at this slide, this is the mood board for Barrel Creek. It's not what a residential area for long-term, decades old needs to be seen on a daily basis. I think this project would be great in another location, not in a residential on the west side of the 101 freeway. Next slide. Filled with artisan shops, cottage homes. It would be better suited for what's already existing, your single family, 1 acre, 2 acre lots. That is what is conforms to this neighborhood. Next slide. And what's a more realistic outcome? Next slide. Ugly signage. It does not fit anything in this community whatsoever. Next slide. I don't want to be looking at or listening to the light pollution and the noise and having apartment buildings directly across the street from my residence and the noise pollution, and you have no control over what neighbors do, especially when you're going to have 140 apartment units in close proximity to what's already a residential area. Next slide. And then we've got the environmental impacts, which again, Care California, he described very well. And I think that might be my last slide, but next slide, if there's one.
Your 3 minutes are up.
Okay, thank you. And again, I'd like to remind you that my neighbor Dave Watson would also like to speak.
All right, well, let's go ahead and bring Dave Watson on then, since he's on your line, and then we'll move on to the next one. So, Mr. Watson.
Thank you. I just have a short prepared statement here. I have very serious concerns and dread if Barrel Creek is approved. Where do I begin? The proliferation of the abundance of new traffic on sleepy little San Ramon Road will become a dangerous thing. The new and forever persistent noise levels and the effect on wildlife that use my property daily and or nightly. I have on average between 10 and 14 deer that bed down every night, visiting raccoons, possums, skunks, other random critters that my wife, children, and I have interacted with over the last 35 years, not to mention the buzzard roost that has resided in the neighborhood trees for over 10 years. And I feel that with this development here, that these and other life's simple pleasures will disappear and never to return. For what? I've lived on San Ramon Road for 62 years, born and raised in one home for 25 years, and built another to raise my family 37 years and counting. Our literal way of life is being threatened. The peace and quiet and the ruralness, there's a reason myself and my neighbors to be affected here have lived for lifetimes, 35 to 50 years plus. I'm concerned about the new lighting and the new noise that will disrupt our lives significantly. We often go to bed early, relatively, and well before the 10 p.m. noise curfew. Other nights, we do enjoy laying out on our front lawn to stargaze, and we always enjoy watching the Perseid meteor showers in August and the Leonid meteor showers in November. I'm afraid because of the new lighting directly behind our property, these fun activities will cease or diminish greatly. Also, too, a 60-foot tall hotel and the 4 apartment buildings, I was wondering if they could be moved towards Del Rio Road and not looking down literally onto my backyard, where my entire privacy that I've worked so hard for will be forever gone. Let's see here. I'm more concerned about our small rural neck of the woods is about to be compromised forever by people that don't live in our neighborhood and can care far less about the people that do and that have for generations. The mitigated negative declaration for this project itself states likely significant environmental impact. That in itself does not bode well for people already living here. The city's water treatment plant, department has described the existing system as already near capacity. So what becomes of this tied into this line? The landscape runoff will undoubtedly find their way into Graves Creek. Again, I've resided on San Ramon Road for 62 years, and my neighbors, family, and myself love this sleepy little neighborhood, its nuances, and our long lifetime of lifestyles here. Please take to heart when you vote on this project that if it passes, our way of life and the ruralness will be gone forever. Please do the right thing and scale back, or at least move the hotel and apartments, or better yet.
Mr. Watson, your time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, I see someone with the initials CB.
Can you hear me, Heather?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. First of all, thank all of the council members for your hard work on this project. I realize that this is an effortless, this is a heartless, effort, and that you're trying to do the best for the community. The reason I raised my hand earlier in the meeting was to let you know that at 6:52 p.m. tonight, power went out in northwest Atascadero for at least 71 households, including many people who intended to participate in this public comment period. Because this is a virtual only public hearing, they were unable to view the meeting or to participate. So please factor that into your considerations in terms of fairness and hearing only one side of the conversation. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. The next hand I see up is Stephen Smid. You'll need to take yourself off of mute, Mr. Smid.
Sorry, Council.
There you go.
Thank you for the tip. Good evening. My name is Steve Smid, and I was raised and live in Atascadero. And I am here as a representative of UA Local 403. And we strongly oppose Legacy Realty and Development's Barrel Creek project. Every project that passes in front of the City Council is an opportunity. It can be an opportunity to strengthen our middle class in Atascadero, to fight for working families and their children, and to send a message to your constituents that you care about their needs. Most developers, they come into our area and they try to quickly pass through the development process unnoticed and give little back to the community as possible. The question is whether or not we'll let Legacy Realty and Development do the same. Until this developer signals they care about Atascadero, we ask that you vote to deny this project. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Smid. Next, I see, if you've spoken, you can go ahead and put your hand down. Next, I see a Mr. Richard Franco. I guess Pedro Ramirez is up now.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members.
Hold on a second. We have two. Let's go with Richard Franco, and then Pedro will bring you on. So Mr. Franco, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Rick Franco, and I'm an attorney with Adams, Broadwell, Joseph, and Cardozo. I represent CARE California. We've submitted several written comments, including expert comments that detail how the Mitigated Negative Declaration, or MND, for this project fails to comply with CEQA. The city has not addressed these issues and is instead asking this council to approve the project based on a clearly flawed CEQA document. I'm going to briefly summarize a few of the ways in which the MND violates CEQA. You heard earlier from Zach, who talked about the public health risks, and the MND finds that the project will not expose sensitive receptors, which are the nearby residents, to substantial pollutant concentrations. And the Supreme Court has clearly stated in the Friant Ranch decision that a CEQA analysis must disclose public health risk and quantify that risk from air pollutants like diesel emissions from construction equipment. Here, the city has failed to analyze the potential cancer risks to the residents from that exposure. And our experts did evaluate this risk and using the city's own estimates of the project's diesel emissions, and they found that the project may have potentially significant cancer risks. Under CEQA, this is substantial evidence that requires the city to perform a full health risk analysis and disclose that analysis in an EIR. As far as transportation and traffic, the MND violates CEQA because those analyses are not explained or supported by substantial evidence. The analysis of vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, claims that the project will increase overall regional VMT, but at the same time decrease regional residential employment and retail VMT. This contradiction is not explained in the MND. None of the calculations or assumptions supporting this analysis have been disclosed, despite our specific request that the city produce that information. The secret requires that the MND's conclusion be supported by substantial evidence, and the city cannot rely on hidden studies or information that is not provided to the public. The transportation analysis also discloses that the project will generate hazardous traffic conditions that would violate the city's general plan. Now, the MND includes some mitigation measures for these conditions, but again, provides no evidence to show that the mitigation will sufficiently mitigate these traffic conditions to comply with the general plan. Without the documentation supporting these conclusions, the public and this council cannot properly evaluate the project's impacts. Our written comments address many other issues, including noise, energy, and cumulative impacts, and the fact that the city's failure to properly document these issues make it unable to support the findings required to issue the project's approvals. We therefore request that the city council not approve the project tonight, but rather instruct the city to prepare an EIR that properly analyzes.
Thank you,
and
Mr.
discloses all of the environmental
Thank you,
impacts.
sir, that your time is up.
Thank you.
And now Mr. Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Pedro Ramirez. I'm a member of Iron Workers Local 155, which represents the hardworking men and women across St. Luis Obispo County and right here in Atascadero. This project is very important to the community, but it doesn't really benefit everyone that could really kind of benefit from such an incredible project. Our members of the iron workers trade and other skilled trades, we live and participate in the community in the area here. And we live in the community that we want it to thrive, right? And so, to be honest, a lot of our members end up finding work outside of the area and drive many hours away. And so a project like this could benefit from local labor. So whenever we get a project like this, we'd love to work on it. So local hire is a no-brainer, and we appreciate Mayor Pro Tem Funk for championing this. But every project in the community deserves to be built by local hire, by our local students and skilled workforce here. Sadly, this project doesn't guarantee that. And so we ask that you stand with us, you stand with the workers, you stand with the community, and you vote no on the project until local hire is included. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. And for those of you who have spoken, if you could put your hands down, that would help me as I'm going through the names here. Thank you so much. Next is Mr. Josh Cross.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Josh Cross. I'm the president and CEO of the Atascadero Chamber of Commerce. It represents 650 members and thousands of employees. Now, the chamber doesn't typically take a position on development projects, and tonight is no exception. However, we do advocate for a variety of business-friendly topics that I'd like to remind you of, and there are 4 that I'd like to share tonight. First, we believe in job growth. Atascadero is recognized as a bedroom community because too many of our residents must travel to nearby cities for employment. We'd like to see that reversed. Of course, we'd like to see high-paying head of household jobs, but every new job created is a win for our overall economic health. Second, we believe in economic prosperity by enhancing the overall tax base. An increase in tax revenue allows the city to retain additional public safety personnel, to improve roads, and to maintain our parks and open spaces. Third, we believe in property rights and the ability to pursue the highest and best use of a property as long as it is within the spirit of the zoning ordinance and general plan. And fourth, we believe in a business-friendly city that supports private investment to the full extent possible and is seen as a partner to ensure any roadblocks are removed and seeks ways to expedite the process. Thank you for your time and consideration of our comments.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Next, I have Matthew Messias.
Hi, good evening. My name is Matt Macias and I live in Atascadero. I'm here on behalf of the thousands of hardworking UA plumbers throughout California. We think it's irresponsible for Legacy Realty and Development to come here and not consider the working men and women who live here. This LLC is not new to the development process. They have been doing this type of work in the area for decades. Hiring local workers benefits the community. No one is asking for hands out, but a hand up. Local 403 proudly supports veterans, the formerly incarcerated, and all those looking for an honest shot at a second chance. Legacy Realty and Development could easily participate in the same type of support by using responsible contractors who employ locally. We, as your neighbors, ask you to help us ensure local work is done by local workers. Show the people of Atascadero that you care and vote against this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Now I see somebody with a 765 area code. 765 area code. And if you could give us your name for the record, please.
Hello.
Hello. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Godfrey Washira, and I'm also with CARE California. And I'll say that I support our attorney's presentation. The MD is simply flawed and inadequate. One goal of the environmental review process is to protect informed self-government. The MD fails in meeting that goal. Again, this project really requires an EIR, and I hope you raise up to protect government for the people by denying the project and requiring the city to go back and do an EIR. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Mr. Jeff Oslin. And those who have spoken, if you would please put your hands down. Thank you. We could promote Jeff Oslin. Thank you. And Jeff, you are muted. Mr. Oslin's still muted. There you go.
Good evening, Council. I am one of the 71 households on the west side of Atascadero that lost power this evening. Luckily, I had power, but because of that, I lost my internet. And I was not able to see the presentation that Planning Department put forward. Our internet came back on about a half an hour ago. So I do have a disadvantage, but I do have some concerns that I would like to bring up. Traffic is definitely a concern in the in and out on Del Rio. As one that lives on the west side and coming across, we do have times where traffic is backed up at that stoplight. And even with the realignment where the in and out traffic could be a concern, especially for all of us residents on the west side. One of the concerns would be fire. And getting out. We only have 2 access roads, and if the hillside's on fire, that is a major concern for a lot of us back here. Want to just make sure that there's no way they can pull a fast one. We do know a project in Paso that got permitted to do several housing residency up there, and the day they got their permit squared away, the very next day they applied to do ADUs, and that would double the standards and hurt our infrastructure where they do not have to pay additional for that. There is some concerns in terms of lighting and also noise. Yes, it will reflect some noise from the highway, but it will also bounce off and probably send it more my way, which is off of Garcia Road, because we do bounce off the hillside here. We can hear 101 actually more here than you can there. I think overall the project is way better than it was initially described. I'm not against the project. I just have concerns. Lastly, on that would be making sure that the compatibility does work with the tiny homes that are scheduled to be built next door, even though that is a separate project. That's where the traffic concern comes into play. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Oslin. And Ken Triguero.
Thanks, Mayor and City Council. Yeah, Ken Triguero here. I'm from People's Self-Help Housing, and we're a local nonprofit affordable housing developer. I'm also a neighbor right around the corner to this project and a native to Atascadero. And I wanted to specifically express support for the developer's request to make a payment in lieu of actually doing the affordable housing units, particularly those lower income units that I think there was a total of 4 of those. Those funds, if they were paid into the city's affordable housing funds, have real substantial leveraging value. And just for an example, we brought a project that is waiting for the rest of its financing to the city and requested about 400,000, and that was for CDBG funds. But of course, that's hard to come by, and city needed to use that for other things. But had that gone into that project, which is 40 units, that would have been able to go forward. So there's an example of how these in-lieu funds can really go into some other affordable housing projects that are lined up out there. And in that case, that would, move you closer to meeting the RENA numbers that are out there. You'd have less rezoning in the future that you need to make. And that puts people in this particular one is on El Camino, closer to groceries, public transportation, improves more infrastructure elsewhere. Just trying to make the point that they have some really valuable components beyond just getting 4 units. You could parlay that into about 40 as an example. So I just wanted to mention that. I'm really excited, though, to see any kind of housing residential component. I know in our case, we have a couple thousand units of apartments, and we have 13,000 households on those wait lists. So that's, around over 6 households for every single unit. It'll take years for people to find affordable housing. And those are mostly younger folks, and a lot of our kids who are growing up here do not have any options for finding housing. They're not going to be able to stay if we don't start doing some more. So hopefully some more residential housing like this one can come along. Thanks.
Thank you, Ken. Okay, the only hands I see raised are those who have already spoken. If you would put your hands down, please. And then anybody else who would like to speak, please go ahead and raise your hand now. Now is the time. All right, I saw Joe Burnett, and then Joe went away. There you are, Joe Burnett.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, good evening, council members. My name is Joe Burnett. On behalf of the Ironworkers Local 155, I am here to express Local 155's disappointment with this project before you tonight, the Barrel Creek Planned Development Project. We ask that you not approve this because we believe that the community should be more involved with the projects. This one from day one, including construction. We are always hopeful that good projects will include everyone, and that means the skilled trades as well. The developer has not committed to including our community, and we ask how equitable the development really is. Please stand with us and vote no. Thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you, Joe Burnett, Business Agent, Ironworkers Local 155.
Thank you, Mr. Burnett. Any other members of the public wishing to speak? And again, if you've already spoken, go ahead and put your hand down. Okay, so I'm not seeing any other members of the public wishing to speak on this item. So I'm going to close it right now and bring it back to council. And I'm going to ask our city attorney. We have heard from 2 members of the public that we had a power outage, and there were members that were potentially trying to come on, members of the public that couldn't make it. And so what is the recommendation from you that we do with that?
Well, what we're dealing with is the Brown Act and the right of the public to make comments on items that are on the agenda. And since we're dealing with the remote meeting, that's governed by the California Government Code 54953 and specifically AB 361. There is no answer, unfortunately, in the Brown Act that I'm aware of that says what happens when you have a power outage. This has been a relatively new development over the last few years, like started with COVID, with these remote meetings, and now we have a remote meeting because of the storms. My advice would be to continue the hearing to a future meeting and a date certain, and allow the public who did not, that missed part of the presentation because of the power outage to review the video of the meeting. I don't think we need to go through the entire presentation again a second time, but I'll ask for the opportunity to do a little further review on that. But I can, as to whether or not there would need to be a complete presentation or only a partial presentation with some kind of a notice to the public who did not have the opportunity to see the 71 minutes to watch the video and be able to make a comment, because without having seen that portion of the meeting, that may or may not have influenced what the members of the public may have wanted to say in their public comment.
Okay, so then what the recommendation would be is, I'm assuming we could go through maybe and address these comments here, because these don't need to be made again. They're in the record. We could address these comments. We would continue to a date certain, and staff could let us know if that's March 28th or, the first meeting in April, what would that look like? And then identify, let the public know, let folks know where they can see that meeting and all of that. And then ideally come back and not go through an entire report, but go right into, maybe a brief, here's what it is, and then go to public comment. Is that your recommendation?
Well, my recommendation is that the hearing be continued. One. Two, I believe it should be sufficient to direct the public to the video so that they can see what portion they missed. I'll confirm that. I mean, this just happened, so I don't have a definitive answer on that, but my initial thought is it should be sufficient to put out the word, and however we decide it's best, to the public who was unable to see that portion of the meeting, to let them know that the meeting's been continued to the new date, and that they can, where they can see the portion that they missed, so that they can review it and see if that influences their comments, including those who commented tonight. If I know Jeff Oslin said that he was one who lost power, at least that's what I understood him to say. So to the extent that might have influenced what he was going to say in his comments, I would say he should have another opportunity, even though he's already spoken. For those who had not suffered the power outage, I would say they had their opportunity tonight to speak.
Okay. All right. So it sounds like maybe Jeff Oslin and possibly CB. I'm not sure, but those two potentially had the power outage issue. So, all right. Let you very much, Mr. Pierrick. I see our city manager. Is there something that you wanted to add to that?
No, I just wanted to let you know I was available if you had any questions about scheduling.
Okay. And maybe you and staff can work that out. But what I'd like to do is address the questions and comments that have been made, and then we can decide on what that date might be. So I will ask, with regards to the several individuals who are apparently attorneys from CARE California, and we've gotten multiple pages of briefs, and staff has received multiple pages over the past while. And maybe if you could address the comments made by, I believe we had Zach, we had Richard Franco. We had someone else who was supporting the attorney. I couldn't quite catch that name. So I think we have at least 3 people either from CARE California or supporting CARE California. So maybe Director, if you or Ms. Gleason address those concerns.
Mayor,
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Yes,
Brian.
Mr. Pierrick.
I have one more point, I'm sorry. Do we know that the power outage has been resolved?
I was assuming that Mr. Oslin was on, and so maybe it was, but does that matter at this moment? If we're going to just address these issues, we're continuing the meeting. Once I address these issues, does that matter right now?
Perhaps not. I'm just thought I should put it out there just in case it was something that you would want to consider. For example, you're going to be asking now for responses to comments that were made. As I think about it, that's probably something that if there are others that are without power, they could review the video
Yes.
for the portion of the meeting as well. So
Yes.
I think we're good. So you can go
Okay.
ahead.
Thank you.
Mayor, I might just add, I looked up on PG&E's website and there's no power outages currently in Atascadero.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Bourbeau, did you have something you wanted
Well,
to say?
I was just gonna go along with what the city attorney was kind of alluding to, is just any further discussion you have here is potentially leaving out people who either are out of power or are not going to sign back in because they lost their connection previously. And would it be better to save that discussion for what is going to be another?
Well, as the city
meeting?
attorney just said at the end of his conversation, is that anybody can watch this entire meeting. And so I think because those individuals are here, I would like to, because they are here and able to speak, I'd like to address their issues while they're here, because maybe they can't come back to the next one. And whoever hasn't been able to make this one can certainly watch that, watch the entire meeting. So with that, Director Dunsmore, if you could address those CARE California questions and comments.
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor. When we prepare an initial study, it's a very lengthy document, and we take those very seriously. We work with a number of outside consultants to help us evaluate issues like air quality, traffic, biology, archaeological resources, and the like. In this particular scenario, we did work with SLOCOG and our San Luis Obispo County Air Pollution Control District to formulate the mitigation measures and to evaluate the construction of the project and all other aspects of the project. We don't go forward with an EIR unless we can clearly demonstrate that we cannot mitigate the project. We cannot create mitigation measures that reduce those environmental impacts. In this particular case, we have adequately prepared an MND that adequately illustrates that we have clearly mitigated all of the potential environmental impacts for this particular project. And we have adequately noticed, and in fact, in this case, re-noticed this project twice to make sure that that initial study is very clear and very adequate and clearly demonstrate that an EIR is not necessary. So the document that you have before you tonight that is attached to the staff report is legal. It's been legally noticed. It's been adequately prepared, and we're happy to back and answer any questions that arise out of that particular analysis.
All right, thank you. We also had Ms. Roca had said 140 apartment units, and I don't know if she misspoke or if she thinks that there's 140, but Ms. Roca, I wanted to let you know there's 40 apartment units. It's not 140. I'm curious, Director, we've had, it looks like maybe a half a dozen, and I'm coming from a space of, I'm not quite sure what's going on here. So we have maybe a half a dozen people that we've never had this before when we have a development come before us. So I've had in my tenure, whether it's planning commission or on the council, approved many developments and never had union members coming and being against a project and saying that they need to be included somehow. And I know we've talked a lot, over the years about, trying to make sure that we use local, companies to the extent that we can. We know that that's not always possible because we don't always have all the necessary workers in our area, but most of the developers in our area try to use local help where they can, local construction workers. So is there something going on here that I'm just like, and it seems like maybe Mayor Pro Tem Funk knows what's going on, but this just seems like an effort kind of behind the scenes that I'm new to at the moment.
If you'd like me to chime in on that, I can. It's certainly peculiar. It seems to be that in speaking with other local representatives from other local cities around here, there is definitely a movement in this direction. And it's not just Atascadero. It's something that's happening statewide. And they are utilizing CEQA. They are utilizing this hearing process to challenge projects that may not be even of interest to them. So it's very separate from the actual merits of this particular project. And so, this is a change. This is a new thing. And I don't know whether legal needs to weigh in on that further, but I don't know that it's possible or even legal for us to put on project conditions that mandate, I think, what they're asking for. But by default, a lot of these things happen by nature anyway. We get local labor, we get local things into the project, but that's all I can add to that conversation.
All right, thank you, Director.
And
Mayor Pro Tem Funk I don't know if your comments were completely separate from that, because we've all talked about local, labor in the past, but it just seemed a little coincidental.
oh no, I've long been interested in local labor and track the apprenticeships, and I'm aware that there are Atascadero apprentices now in some of the locals that I believe commented, at least 403, that plumbers pipe fitters has Atascadero folks in it, because I talked with their representative today. So I reached out to find out what was going on, because the particular legal avenue of objecting from CEQA, I wanted to understand what try to get a sense of this, and it would be eager to see if there isn't a win-win solution that doesn't necessarily create jobs for lawyers and legal assistants in San Francisco, but creates jobs for iron workers and electricians in Atascadero.
And typically our projects do create jobs for local workers. So this is just very new that they're coming in with this legal aspect, and it's
Sure.
somewhat disconcerting, because this isn't typically how things go here in Atascadero. So I'm just surprised, and I guess we'll see where this goes.
And what I have heard is that this tactic is sometimes occurs when the local labor representatives have been unable to have a constructive conversation with the developer to try to get some kind of agreement going forward. And so this is apparently a newer tactic to try to stimulate, make sure that discussion happens. And maybe in the time that we have, but since we have to continue this hearing anyway, there's the opportunity to at least launch that discussion and see if there isn't, a win-win pathway forward here.
Right. And then just with regards to the others and kind of preserving the rural roots, I think that's a conversation that will come up, as we talk about this more. So I don't think we necessarily need to address this at the moment. But for Ms. Roca and Mr. Watson, we will be talking about that as we continue this meeting, along with Ken. Your comments are well noted on the leveraging in lieu funds. So I think that put a perspective on it when you said, okay, that we could do. I had the numbers written down here. I think it was like two of the, well, if we look at the multifamily, a potential of 3, 2, and 2, like especially the 2 and 2, the 4 low and very low total, and how you could leverage that and perhaps, get much more. So that was, thank you for that way of looking at things. So we will continue this meeting to a date certain of, drum roll, please.
We can put it on March 28th. We'll adjust some of the things that we had planned for the 28th and go from there.
All right.
Do you want to be responsive?
So we will continue that to March 28th. And now we will go on to our next item. So we are on to Our next public hearing, which is our 2023 Community Development Block Grant Funding Recommendations. And I will ask if there's any ex parte since our last meeting. No need to rehash former ex parte, I don't think. Well, okay, now we got the attorney again. Who knows what we got to do? What's going on, Brian?
It's just occurring to me, and I just don't recall.
Can't hear you well.
Well, and I'll speak up. Did you close the public hearing on the Barrel Creek matter?
I continued it.
No, but I know you did that, but I'm wondering if you said, and I just don't recall, when the public comment happened.
I closed public comment. We came back and addressed the questions, and then I continued it.
Right. So my advice to you is that before you go on to this next item, is that you reopen the public hearing rather than having closed. I mean, you've closed it now, but you still have an opportunity. So my advice to you is that you reopen the public hearing and state that the hearing will be continued to the March 28th date.
So you mean reopen public comment?
Yeah, well,
okay.
You're reopening the public hearing, and that includes public comment. So
Okay.
to the extent that a statement that the public comment period was closed, I just don't want there to be an implication that
Got it.
public comment or public hearing have been.
Got it. So we will reopen the public hearing and public comment, and we will continue that hearing until March 38th. March 38th. March 28th, date certain. All right. Are we good, Brian? We are. He's off. All right. Thank you.
Yes,
On to community development block grants. Any ex parte since our last CDBG meeting? Seeing none. All right. Thank you. Public Works Director, Mr. Dick DeBar, and Community Development Director, Phil Dunsmore. Wow, two of you. Look at that. I didn't know Phil would be involved, but that's a new one. All right. Give us what you got, Nick.
Sure, this will be real quick. The item tonight is to make final recommendations for the 2023 CDBG cycle for funding. The City Council had draft recommendations for allocations at their November 22nd meeting. Oh, sorry, that's a typo. That's 2022. But here on the screen are those recommendations. And so what we need tonight is some final recommendations from the City Council, and recommend council review and approve funding recommendations for 2023 CDBG program and authorize staff to adjust final award amounts proportionally upon receipt of the final funding amount. And with that, I can answer any questions you have.
So Nick, we don't have a final funding amount. You're asking that we say, take this draft allocation and whatever amount comes in, prorate it in accordance with what we've said back in November. And we're going to either confirm that now or change something.
Yes, that is correct.
Great. Any questions of the director? I'm seeing no questions, so I'm going to go out to the public, and any members of the public wishing to speak on this item, CDBG 2023 cycle. Go ahead and raise your hand if you do. If you're on the phone, you can press *9 to speak on this item. I'm seeing none, so we'll close public comment and bring it back for either a discussion or a motion.
Well, I will move, we could discuss, but I will move that we approve staff's recommendation, approve the amounts as indicated, and to be adjusted if necessary based on the final amount available.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Councilmember Bourbeau, a second by Councilmember Funk. Roll call, please. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Funk. What roll call, please?
Councilmember Bourbeau?
Yes.
Councilmember Daris?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Funk?
Yes.
Mayor Moreno?
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We are on to our management reports, Measure D20 Annual Report, and this will be our Administrative Services Director, Jerry Rangel.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Go ahead and share my screen. Okay. Are you good? Can you see my screen okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So this report is to review the Measure D20 Annual Report. So the Finance Committee and the Citizens Sales Tax Oversight Committee had a special joint meeting last month to review the Measure D20 Annual Report and they recommend approval to the City Council. The Measure D20 is an essential services transaction and use tax. It is 1%. It is a general fund tax, so it is deposited into the general fund, and it is included in the city's financial statements that are audited every year. Fiscal year 21-22 was the first year that a full year of the revenue was collected, and they were estimated to be about 5.2 million for the year. Actual revenues came in at 6.2 due to a number of different factors, including enhanced local economic development, the general state of the economy, a stronger than expected rebound from COVID, and the high cost of fuel, autos, and building supplies for sales tax, among others. The Measure D20 revenue, like I said, was about 6.2 for the year. As part of the 21-23 budget process and budget cycle, the city identified key D20 expenditures in the areas in order to implement the action areas to address key priorities like police, fire, and infrastructure. The table on this slide is a little bit hard to see, but it is included in the staff report, and it displays the adopted expenditures made possible with D20 funding. As per the City Council discussion prior to the passage of Measure D20, and because individual expenditures are difficult to track, subject to assumptions and interpretations, and somewhat meaningless without the review of all of the general fund expenses, the annual D20 report is focused on accomplishments and successes of programs and projects that were implemented by the D20 funds. Staff is able to make some generalized calculations on approximately how much was spent on D20 projects during the fiscal year, and estimates that approximately 3.5 million was used in 21-22. This is about 2.2 million less than what was originally budgeted, as many of the programs and projects identified for D20 funds were still kind of in the startup mode during that time. Approximately about 580,000 was of the difference there was in one-time staff savings, due unfortunately to staffing vacancies and delays in hiring. So those funds will be reprogrammed toward one-time D20 expenditures as part of the 23-25 budget process. Another 1.6 million of the budget variance was due to timing differences on one-time capital projects, and those will be carried over to be used in the following year. Measure D20 activity, along with all of the other cities' funds, are audited by the firm Moss, Levy & Hartzheim. They performed a full audit and found that the city presented fairly and accurately the city's financial position, and the reporting was compliant. This is the front side of the report that we're requesting to send out to the community. It gives general information about the measure and the process used to determine what the funds should be used for. The other side gives a brief narrative on revenues and expenditures and highlights the key priority areas of police, fire, and infrastructure. If approved, the report will be distributed by mail to all of the properties in the city and be made available at City Hall and on the city's website. Distribution is expected to cost about $5,000 in budgeted general funds. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director. Very nice report. And I would ask our finance director, or finance chair, sorry, chair of the finance committee. I know you were part of this and looking at it, and anything that you wanted to say.
No, we had a joint meeting, as Jerry indicated, with the finance committee and the CSTOC members, where we reviewed it, and the CSTOC members in particular had an opportunity to ask questions. So, it was kind of approved at that joint meeting, and it needed to come to the council before it could be sent out. So I don't really have anything to add to what Jerry said.
Okay. Any questions?
I just have one. Sure. And thank you for this excellent report, and thank you to our taxpayers for committing to support our city so that we can have the excellent public safety and other services that we need. I would just noting the grid that goes out, that's in page 573 of our council report, our agenda packet, that doesn't go out to the public. I mean, in terms of it's not part of the brochure that goes out, right?
Correct. So the
Okay.
brochure will have just those two sides that we saw here earlier.
Sure. Okay. And one question is how do we decide which things are in the category for fiscal strategies versus public safety and excellent city services? Because as I look down this, we have a lot of things that are listed as fiscal strategies that are the 911 dispatch, the police records fire and radio replacement, the radio repeaters for the things, the ambulance, the fire motor equipment, the fire station 1. So there's a lot of public. In fact, the first 17 items are all public safety items, but they're in different categories. So just tell me why. Just explain why they're in different categories.
So I can take that, Mayor Pro Tem Funk.
Thank you.
This was a chart that we did send out in last year's brochure.
Mm-hmm.
And those categories tie to the council's adopted strategic priorities.
Sure.
And the key areas of focus and action plan that you had listed under those strategic priorities. So yes, while the 911 dispatch system could also fall under public safety, it was a specific item that had to do with modernizing equipment to save staff time and be more efficient. This CAD RMS system is going to have a huge effect on the amount of time that each officer has to spend on writing reports. And so that's why that action item, when we all met together in our strategic goal setting session, we put under fiscal strategy. So these tie directly to the action plan. And this chart was developed last year in conjunction with the action plan.
Thank you for clarifying that for everybody's benefit, and including those who catch up with this meeting a little later after the power outages. It is important for everybody to realize that the work we do in public safety is supported by many other aspects of the city, and all of it fits together. Most notably including our, public works vehicle replacement. They've been out there cleaning culverts and trees and all kinds of things that are essential to public safety. And we know that very well right now. So that will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Director, I'm wondering, not this time around, but if it would be possible in the future, and this is potentially something we could even do in our road report, but to have a QR code for those that want to scan that and then go to, the website and see more information. Would that be possible next time around?
That is a great idea. And I'm sure the people here in the city that are much smarter at me than making that happen will work together and get that done.
Nobody's smarter than you, Jerry. They're just techie maybe, but not smarter than you. All right, awesome. Well, with that, I'm going to go ahead and open up public comment. Is there any member of the public wishing to speak on this item? Go ahead and raise your hand at the bottom of the screen with the little raise hand icon. Anyone going once, twice? Last call. All right, I'll go ahead and close public comment and bring that back to council for a motion.
Yeah, I will make the motion. I'll add for Mayor Pro Tem Funk. I had the exact same question, so. But I will move that the council approve the distribution of the D20 annual report.
I'll second the motion.
So I guess it had been that long since we'd had that strategic planning 2+ years ago. Those sections kind of got lost.
Well, right. It's hard to do that, but it's also confusing for members of the public who maybe aren't as into that as we are. To not know why things.
Understand. Thank you.
It's good.
Motion by Councilmember Borbo and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Funk. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Borbo?
Yes.
Councilmember Darris?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Funk?
Yes.
Mayor Moreno?
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes.
Thank you. So we're on to our second management report, and that is the heart rate monitor and automated external defibrillator replacement, AED replacement, and it'll be Chief Casey Bryson presenting this item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Let me pull up my report here. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm excited to bring this recommendation for Council tonight. This is the replacement of our heart monitors and automatic external defibrillators. I do have just a short presentation. It's mostly pictures, so if I don't answer everything, be sure to ask me questions, but it's fairly short and to the point here. So we're looking to replace all of our heart monitors. This is a picture of our current life pack. We carry 5 of these monitors in our department. And just as kind of a background, our heart monitor, in addition to reading multiple views of the heart rhythm, provides defibrillation, aids in the diagnosis of the area and type of a heart attack that's going on with the patient, provides feedback on the quality of CPR given, measures the oxygen levels in the blood, carbon monoxide in the blood, blood pressure, and then can transmit those rhythms back to the hospital. So it does quite a few things for us. It's probably the most important piece of equipment that definitely a paramedic carries, and probably one of the most important pieces of equipment that we have in the department. These life packs were purchased in 2016 with a very generous donation from one Bertha Schultz. We purchased all 5 at one point, and they're nearing their 7-year life expectancy, which is the lifespan of a heart monitor. So we're getting very close. We have had some dependability issues over the last year, 6 months or so, and we have had to send 2 back to manufacturer. So it's been a good monitor for sure. We have run into some compatibility issues and communication with the hospital and working with our ambulance partners when they carry a different brand. But they have been a good product for the city for sure in our community. If I go, this is, so when we're looking at replacing, we studied a couple different monitors, and really the main competitor to the life pack is the Zoll. And we're making the recommendation to move to Zoll at this point, basically on that compatibility issue. This is a common monitor used throughout the county. The ambulance, all other fire agencies, and the hospitals use the Zoll. It does transmit professionally to the cardiac care center. It has some new technological advances that the life pack does not have in their newer models, most notably see-through CPR. Allows you to continue CPR while analyzing the heart rhythm. So it allows us to keep that CPR going at all times and not stop, which is super important for patient survivability. It provides some other feedback for us to improve our CPR quality, notably the quality of the ventilations we're also giving in addition to that cardiac compression. So it really is the top of the line monitor right now, and we can provide the best care to our community. It is very similar in price to the life pack. It is actually a little bit cheaper on the equipment, but when you factor in warranties and manufacturer, basically that warranty, it comes out to very similar in cost to the life pack. So 2 years ago with the budget, and we just got through the Director Rangel's good presentation on D20, we put money for a replacement, emergency equipment replacement fund. At that point, we budgeted about $155,000 for the replacement of these monitors. Well, unfortunately, as many other things, the costs have gone surprisingly high. So we are looking at using some of that D20 general fund money to augment that $155,000 coming from the emergency equipment replacement fund. There is also a significant cost increase taking place April 1st. So we are bringing this to council a few months shy of the July 1 target date, just because they're advertising a 10 to 20% price increase coming up April 1st. In addition to this purchase, we realized that our automatic external defibrillators have also are nearing or past their life expectancy. We do have 27 throughout the city. Most of those are carried on patrol cars with our police department, but we do have 10 in facilities. 4 here at City Hall. We have community center. We have the pavilion. We have wastewater. We have the zoo. and the Lake Pavilion. So we do keep these throughout the city. Like I mentioned, used mostly with the police department. They respond along with us most oftentimes for a person down, and oftentimes they arrive there first and apply an AED for assistance. But we recently did have a save at the Colony Park Community Center that we actually get to bring to council in a couple weeks. So we'll be making a presentation for a save based on one of our AEDs. So like I mentioned, these were purchased 2005 to 2013. They're all getting well past their replacement date. So we'd like to make this purchase all at the same time. And it's just easier to do all at once. And the compatibility issue is really big with the AEDs. Having one set of pads, you can see on the bottom left there, that one set of pads is placed on with the AED. You leave that on, you continue CPR through the treatment by the fire paramedics, as well as the ambulance paramedics, all the way to the hospital. So having the one brand really makes good sense at this point. So that kind of leads me to my summary and recommendations. We've done our research on both of these monitors. We feel this is the best for our community. It is top of the line with the best technology out there, and we can do the best job for our community and our patients. So going with the recommendation that staff recommends to authorize the city manager to execute a contract with Zoll Medical Corporation for a total cost of $318,564 for the purchase of replacement heart monitors and automated external defibrillators, and authorize the Director of Administrative Services to appropriate $174,200 in Major D20 general funds and $155,000 in equipment replacement funds for the purchase and repair of heart monitors and AEDs. And that concludes my presentation, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chief. I remember when we got that generous donation from Bertha Schultz back then, and the things that, department was able to acquire. And the question was always like, okay, well, gosh, how are we going to afford the next round and the next round? And we knew we would put some of the money away, but now to have D20 that is now being able to fund this life-saving equipment and many other necessary things is so grateful for that. We wouldn't have thought that's 6-7 years ago. So good report, very concise and thorough, and like that you're combining this together, having that compatibility. Any questions of our chief? Councilmember Darris.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief Bryson, just out of curiosity, you mentioned that some of these AEDs are, I think, up to 18 years old. What is the typical expected life expectancy of these things? And how often should they be replaced?
Yeah, that's a good question. I believe it's along the same line as the heart monitor. They should be reviewed at about 7 years. We do test those and keep track of the batteries and make sure they're going to be up and running. And to be honest, they stay a little bit out of sight, out of mind. So kind of they're spread throughout the city, spread through patrol cars. We'll keep good track of them now, and I think we'll be looking at that 7-year mark as well as heart monitors for the future.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Borbo.
Yeah, you kind of answered my question, because when I first read this report, I thought, wow, that's a lot of money for AEDs, but a substantial portion of it is for the more expensive things that are more than an AED, they monitor, et cetera, et cetera. How much is one of those AEDs that you see on the side of a wall, or like was probably used at the Colony Park Community Center, and that a business would put in, like in a hotel or something like that?
Yeah, so the AEDs cost about $2,800 each. And I mentioned before, we have 27 currently in the city. We're actually going to bring that number down to 22. The police department feels very confident that bringing that number down a little bit will be sufficient for their needs. So they are a pricey little piece of equipment, but like we talked about earlier, they're pretty important for life-saving purposes.
All right, thank you.
It's a cheap way to save a life.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I'm going to go to our public, open up public comment. If there's any member of the public wishing to speak, go ahead and just raise your hand and we will get right to you. Not seeing any. All right, I'll go ahead and close public comment and bring that back to council for a motion.
I'll move we adopt staff's recommendation 1 and 2 for the expenditure and to authorize the finance director to appropriate the funds.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilmember Barbeau, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Funk. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Borbo,
Yes.
Councilmember Daris,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Funk,
Yes.
Mayor Moreno.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes.
Thank you. And thank you, Chief. We're on to the purchase of replacement of body worn cameras, and this will be our Commander Bob Mollet presenting.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Unable to get my video online for some reason.
No worries, we can hear you just fine, Commander.
Bear with me. The police department is requesting $69,480 in Measure D20 general funds for the purchase of 24 new body worn cameras with a 5-year technology service plan and to incorporate the 8 body worn cameras previously purchased in the same 5-year technology service plan. Now, the police department has been using body worn cameras since 2016. We found them to become an essential piece of police equipment. The information captured on the camera is used to ensure report accuracy, used in court proceedings, and useful in the investigation of complaints of officer misconduct. Our police officers are required to wear body cameras while on patrol. Policy also requires them to record with public during calls for service, vehicle stops, and other types of enforcements. Our initial 2016 purchase included a 5-year technology service plan. As part of the plan, the cameras were replaced every 2 years, which is the life expectancy of the rechargeable batteries. Our service plan has since expired, and we are no longer receiving technological support for the body-worn cameras currently in service. Because the cameras are now at the end of the 2-year battery life, it will no longer hold a charge throughout the officer's 12-hour shifts. The department's current body-worn camera vendor is Coban. Coban is also the vendor for our in-car video systems. The department is pleased with Coban's products and service. This, along with compatibility between the in-car camera system and a body-worn camera systems and our existing Coban storage server, makes them the preferred vendor for the replacement body-worn cameras. Staff is recommending we approve the Coban bid to replace 24 body-worn cameras worn by our patrol officers. This purchase also includes a 5-year technology service plan, which will provide support for the cameras and also provide for the replacement of cameras every 2 years. In addition to those 24 cameras used on patrol, the 8 cameras that were purchased 1 year ago for the use by detectives and other special assignments, Coban has agreed to allow these 8 cameras to be incorporated into the proposed 5-year service plan. This would ensure all the department's body-worn cameras are replaced every 2 years and on the same schedule. That's the end of my report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Commander. Any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to go to the public. Any members of the public have a question? Let's see, Mr. Jeff Oslin.
Good evening once again, Council. Commander, it was hard to hear you. I had 2 questions. Is this compatible with the video that is also in your patrol cars? And I believe you guys also had purchased some not too long ago. Are you able to get these back under warranty with a company for support? Thank you.
Yes, sir. The answer is yes to
Hold on, Commander. We'll answer that when we close public comment. It's probably the only one, but let me just check. Any other member of the public wishing to speak on this item? All right, seeing that, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back. And Commander, you're on.
Yes, sir. The answer is yes to both. The Coban company provides both the in-car and the body-worn cameras. They are compatible with the same viewer and the same storage platform. We did buy the 8 cameras about a year ago, and they will roll those into this warranty.
Thank you. And I do see our city manager. That always means something to me. No, not this time. All right. So I will look to my council for a potential motion.
I will move staff's recommendation on the purchase of the body-worn cameras.
I'll second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Funk, second by Councilmember Daras. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Daras,
Yes.
Councilmember Parker,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Funk,
Yes.
Mayor Moreno.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes.
Thank you. On to number 4, which is why Ms. Rickard is on. This is our 2023 strategic planning statements and strategic priorities.
Thank you, Mayor. Hold on one moment here. There we go. Just very briefly, because I know it's getting late, want to talk about our council goal setting workshop that was on February 10th and 11th. We started on the evening of February 10th, went for a few hours that evening, came back the next morning, and worked through a good portion of Saturday, working on a number of things. We worked on our true north statements, what it was that the ideal Atascadero, what did we want to be? We had a lot of attendees and had a great dialogue on that. We worked on the mission statement and of course our strategic priorities and key focus areas for the upcoming 2-year budget. As I said, the future, the true north statements are future focused. Basically talking about what is the ideal Atascadero? What do we want to be working towards? What do we want to make sure that we keep? What is it? What do we want Atascadero to look like in 25 years? And we want these true north statements to help influence and guide decisions. Are they moving us closer to that ideal Atascadero, or is this decision us moving us further away from that? And we do realize that these true north statements are aspirational. We may never achieve what we want to get to, but everything we do should be moving us closer. And with that, we came up with 12 true north statements. I'm going to read them to you. We wanted to make sure that Atascadero maintains its true sense of community. We spent a lot of time talking about community and that how Atascadero still has that sense of community. We want to make sure that what we do makes that we retain that. We want to make sure that Atascadero preserves its small town feel while it continues to grow. We want Atascadero to continue to be a safe, family-friendly place to be. We want to make sure that Atascadero developments are high-quality endeavors that are attractive and create a sense of place. That Atascadero's downtown is vibrant with shopping, dining, and things to do for the entire family. That Atascadero provides a balance of rural, traditional, and more urban neighborhoods, something for everyone. That Atascadero has friendly, effective, fiscally responsible municipal services and infrastructure. That Atascadero has an abundance of open space, trees, creeks, parks, and recreational activities. That Atascadero is a place where residents have the opportunity and ability to work. That Atascadero is resident-centric, not tourist-oriented. That Atascadero is a place where everyone can live, work, learn, spend, and play, and that Atascadero is welcoming to all. We then worked on the mission statement. The city of Atascadero has a mission statement. It is very long and wordy. I will tell you that as an employee, I do not have our current mission statement memorized, but I can guarantee you that I have this one memorized. We worked at what are those core things that we want to make sure our employees are remembering and doing every single day, and that us as a city organization, what is our mission? I'm really excited about this. We came up with working together to serve, build community, and enhance quality of life. That is the mission of the city organization, if you so adopt it tonight. Then we talked about our strategic priorities. We did keep 3 of the strategic priorities, 3 out of the 4 of the strategic priorities from the 2021-2023 budget. And I think the 4th one is actually just rolled into all of these anyways. And talked about key focus areas. These are a little bit different. There is some overlap, but under economic and community vibrancy, we talked about downtown vitality, activation of underutilized sites and nodes, business support and jobs, housing balance, and of course, neighborhood compatibility and wellness. We talked about fiscal and infrastructure efficiency and sustainability, keeping asset management, replacement, and modernization, financial strategies and transparency and accountability as key focus areas. And then ensuring public safety and providing exceptional city services are key focus areas, continue to be staff, the unhoused population, and a flourishing community. So what are we going to do with all that if you adopt it tonight? We will be rolling out the new mission statement internally. This is mainly for employees and stuff. Certainly it's one that we're proud of and are going to be announcing to the world too. And we're going to also be rolling out the True North statements in the coming month. As far as the strategic priorities, we'll bring a draft action plan that has been developed by executive management staff and input from employees for implementation of the priorities and those key focus areas. What are we going to be doing in the next 2 years and longer time frame to move those priorities forward? We'll bring that to you in April, have you discuss some of the pros and cons. At that point, it's a draft. You typically won't adopt it at that time, but give us some additional feedback, kind of refine it. Then we're going to have our finance committee meetings. Those will be in April and May, where we start building in a lot of those actions that we talked about into our budget and work through that process. And then finally in June, we'll have an adoption of the action plan and budget for fiscal year 23-25. And with that, that's a recap very quickly. Oh, it says fiscal year 21-22 audit, but it's really the strategic priorities. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Slides are interchangeable. That's
okay. You know, when you copy a previous presentation. Yeah.
Well, at 10:25 p.m., that was a nice job. Very clear, concise. Appreciate that. Questions from council? Seeing no questions, we will go out to the public. Any members of the public wishing to comment or ask any questions? Go ahead and raise your hand at the bottom of the screen. I'm not seeing any. I go ahead and close public comment and bring that back. I will happily make the motion, but I will also say I agree with our city manager that the current mission statement has just never stuck with me. It just said a lot of words. And so this one really does. So I move that we adopt the 2023 strategic planning statements and strategic priorities.
I'll second that motion.
Great. We've got a motion by Mayor Moreno and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Funk. Roll call, please.
Member Robo?
Yes.
Councilmember Dares?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Funk?
Yes.
Mayor Moreno?
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We'll move on to council announcements and committee reports. And so this is any reports we have on committees that we serve on or any other announcements that we may want to make in terms of our interactions and things that we're doing in the community. So I will just kind of follow the squares here and start with Councilmember Dares.
Capslow is having our monthly meeting this Thursday. And that's all I have.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Funk.
Homeless Services Oversight Council is meeting tomorrow. And we have gone back to in-person meetings because at the county requirement. But we do have an option for members of the public who are not members of the council, HSOC, to dial in or to watch it on Zoom. It'll be our first time trying that mixed technology, and I don't think it's quite as seamlessly executed as our team here in Atascadero does it, but everybody is trying to do their best. Thank you.
Councilmember Bourbeau.
Yeah, I have nothing to report. I think I will have something to report on March 28th, but nothing today.
I just wanted to mention two things. We had an RTA meeting a couple of weeks ago. Ridership for both fixed route and runabout is up, but still down 40% or more since pre-COVID levels. So wow. Still looking to get those back up, but also curious just how patterns have changed and how might that will that shift again in the future, or are we looking at a new reality? So we'll see where that goes. Dr. Steve Robinson and I will be on KPRL this Thursday from 1 to 2 on Sound Off, talking about Friends of the Charles Paddock Zoo and kind of following up with the report that I made at the last meeting. So wanted to let you know that, and continue to reach out to folks about that April 2nd meeting, and anybody who may want to be involved with the zoo would appreciate that. Moving on to individual determinations or actions. Do we have any of those this evening? I don't have any on my agenda. Any from staff?
I just comment that I think that regarding our mission statement, that it's cool that we have moved from word salad to something that will fit on a coffee mug. Together, it has power.
Beautiful, love it. All right, well, with that, thank you all. I know this is a late meeting, and to staff, just for hanging with us, great job. And for members of the public that are still here, and glad you let us know about that power outage so we could continue that item and make sure we get the maximum amount of public input possible for Barrel Creek. So with that, meeting adjourned. See you in a couple weeks. Bye all.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Bye.